Hey everyone, how are y'all? Michelle, how are you? Hey Ray, how are you? Princess Megan, how are you? Okay, so Nightbot's not wanting to work right. Give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can get it going. I'm trying to find out about this active shooter. Cat G, how are you? Okay. Hey Jan, how are you tonight? Michelle, I'm trying to find out. Oh shoot, what did I knock over? I'm trying to find out some more information on it. Like I got the scanner going, but hey Marissa, Local Marks, how are you? But there isn't a whole lot of information. I mean, CNN came out with uh, something about, I guess, 30 minutes ago. Sheila, how are you? Hey, Tad. Another day, another active shooter. Yep. Emerald Queen, how are you? Because I seen something about that they think that maybe it was just a swatting call, but then something about that the suspect has a white and blue and gray shirt on or something. There's literally very little information out. Local Marks, I was watching what is the guy's name? Is it Agenda Free News or something like that? I think is his name. I can't get my TV to cut down. Hold on. Hey Midwest girl, how are you? Oh, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get my TV to go down. Shit. Sierra K, how are you? Okay, police heard shots fired. That was last I heard, or last I read. I looked it up, even went to YouTube to see if there was anything. I figured like some of the news stations would be covering it, but I don't see anything about it. KHOU 11. We CNN got something on it live now. Oh, let's see. I've got. Let me find it. I have 35,813. Tad. And I don't know if I can. I don't want it too loud where it goes through it. Lori and CJ, how are you? Oh, Lori and CJ, thank you for that. Yeah, Cheryl. Is this wait? Is this CNN? Yeah, I've got it on CNN News 18 now. It's got the helicopter flying over. Carmack, how are you? Hey, Rum Runner, how are you? Yeah, that's all it's showing. It's just a helicopter flying around and a bunch of police, and that's it. Okay. Take this down where I can't hear it because it's coming through my headset. Midwest Girl, you're very welcome. Rum Runner, you're welcome as well. Um, is that where it's at? It's at the University of Oklahoma. And I believe it's the in the city of Norman, Oklahoma, is where it's at. Okay, let me go to Twitter real quick. Werewolf Queen, how are you? I don't know. Maybe the University of Oklahoma has multiple um, campuses. I guess I don't know. This one's just saying the Norman campus. Tad, that's what I seen. And the last thing I'd heard regarding the shooting was they were, and I heard it on the scanner, was that they were going through a building. They thought that the shots fired were at the library, but they looked in the library and they didn't find anything. And then I've seen where it's a possible swatting incident, which is crazy if that's what it turns out to be, or if it turns out to be an actual active shooter, that is crazy as well. And pray that everybody is okay. Kelly M, how are you? All right, I'm gonna pull up their Twitter real quick. This is all they've said. University of Oklahoma. 9 minutes ago, OUPD continues to investigate. Avoid South Oval area. Continue sheltering in place. Hey Gigi, how are you? First I'm hearing of this, been napping. Kelly, I heard about it right when I was scheduling all my stuff. I was going through Twitter and seen it on there. Uh, well, Marissa, I hope you get to feeling better. I'll pull this up real quick. Where's it at? Just tweeted that the campus officials tweeted everything is safe. So what was that? Hold on, let me go back and refresh the University of Oklahoma one then on Twitter and see what it says. Marissa, you're very welcome. Okay, so Lori and CJ, the last thing was 10 minutes ago. It just says that they're continuing to investigate. I'm trying to see if there's anywhere where they're saying that everything's okay, but I don't see it. Cheryl, I'm a Libra. So this here is looking at the university. Stone Gator, what is from last year? This one right here is live right now. So hold on. Give me a second. Look at the link that I showed you. Okay, hold on. I gotta go all the way back over to Twitter. Vapor, how are you? Okay, so the live that they have going on right now on their YouTube channel, the University of Oklahoma, it started streaming in May of 2022. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see, there's another one. Look at the channel I sent you and see what she is streaming. Who is this? I think this is CNN that she's streaming and the one that you sent to me. Hold on. I gotta take the scanner off. I can't. It's playing in the background and it's annoying. Okay, White Widow baby. Laughing Stock, how are you? Hopefully, though, y'all, it is just a swatting incident. Okay. Didn't they have 3 Balance, New York? I mean, there's a lot of stuff on it, but everything's like an hour ago. I don't know. I'm gonna have to just keep up with it in the background while I'm doing the live tonight. Because everything's only an hour old. There isn't really anything new. And I was trying to keep up with it on Twitter to see if they've posted anything on there, but I haven't. I mean, they posted something 10 minutes ago, but it was that they're still investigating. Where did they post that at, Stone Gator? Okay. I'll just keep up with it while I'm going over this other stuff. Let me get my email pulled up here real quick, y'all. Gigi. Let's see, it was authorities who said campus was safe per Steve Lugner. Okay, thank you, Lori and CJ. Well, I won't worry about it then. Like I said, the university posted 16 minutes ago now, but I'll check back on it in a little bit and see if there's any new updates or anything like that. Jamie, how are you? Okay, so they found confetti by the library, so it could have been poppers. Hopefully that's all it is and nobody's been hurt. Okay, so was it last night or night before that we talked about the 3 teens that had been murdered in Florida? See the link in the news station and Twitter. Okay. Exactly, Tad. Like, we all need some good news. These cases are just, they're crazy and they're heavy on people. Okay. Yeah, they arrested, it was a 12-year-old, 17-year-old, and they're still looking for a 16-year-old. Yeah, my stuff is like all moved around tonight. No, wait, what, baby? You're good. I mean, they're saying that because they came out to begin with and was talking about that it was gang related or whatever, and they're saying that the 3 suspects are all related to a gang or something like that. And they talked about it. I've got the press conference that they did today, where they were talking about it. All right, so Florida police arrest 2 juvenile suspects in the murders of the 3 teens, hunt for the 3rd suspect. And they haven't, the male that was murdered, he was 17, they haven't identified him yet. Okay, so does this one come out to? Yes, it came out today. Listen, Marine has my joints inflammation bad. Okay, Kelly, I hope you get to feeling better soon. Sure, that is crazy though, a 12-year-old. Like, where is his parents at? But Stonegator, the 2 girls that was murdered, they were both 16 and they identified them, but the 17-year-old boy, they haven't yet. I don't know if there's a certain reason or what the deal is, or maybe they're unless they're trying to get in touch with family members or something like that. But okay, so Florida authorities have made 2 arrests in connection with the killing of the 3 teenagers in rural Marion County around March the 30th and are searching for a 3rd suspect. Yeah, they got the 12-year-old. They got the 12-year-old, a 17-year-old. They're still looking for a 16-year-old. Auto Flower Lover, how are you? So the Marion County Sheriff's Office arrested 2 juveniles, one of whom is just 12 years old and the other is 17, in connection with the triple homicide. A 16-year-old suspect is at large. There are individuals out there viewing who want to blame the one thing that has no ability or the capacity to commit a crime itself, and that's the gun. MCSO Sheriff Billy Wood said during a press conference, these individuals committed the crime. The 3 suspects fled the scene but left a lot of evidence in their wake, Wood said. The suspects are a part of a larger group who have been involved in burglaries and robberies, according to the sheriff. And police previously said that the suspects may have been tied to gangs, though they have nothing specific to say that it was any rivalry or anything to call to such that cause. However, each and every one of them, in some way, or form, was associated with a gang. There is no honor among thieves, and at some point, these three individuals turned on the three victims and murdered them, Wood said. The sheriff added that he had to stare into the eyes of the suspects' mothers, who were willing to give their sons everything on Thursday before their arrest. Police said that the two suspects who were arrested were surprised when authorities showed up to take them into custody. Now, they just killed three kids, but when the police come to arrest them, they're surprised. Let's see, did they say... no, Stonegator, I don't think they've released the names of the suspects, just their ages. So the fact is, society has failed them. We do not hold our juveniles accountable. That is the truth. And where the hell's the parents at? Hoping for answers. How are you? We minimize their actions, Wood says. The three deceased teenage friends, a 17-year-old male and two 16-year-old females identified as Layla Silvernail and Camille Quarles, were shot and left for dead in a rural county north of Orlando sometime between March the 30th and April the 1st. Okay, so that's the two girls. The triple homicide has left Marion County residents on edge, especially after officials announced the unrelated murder of an adult male last week. The mystery began March the 30th when MCSO deputies responded to an area of Forest Lakes Park on Southeast 183rd Avenue Road, where they located Silvernail, 16, with a gunshot wound. Authorities transported the teenager to a hospital in critical condition, and she lost brain function until she was pronounced dead. A day after finding Silvernail, MCSO deputies responded to the Southeast 94th Street and Southeast 188th Court and located a deceased 17-year-old male with a gunshot wound. The next morning, on April the 1st, the MCSO Major Crimes Unit, Forensic Unit, and Underwater Recovery Team responded to a tip and searched an area of Maluka Loop and Maluka Loop Trace and found Silverman's vehicle partially submerged in a body of water. The car was about 9 miles from where Silverman was found. The suspects were in Silvernail's vehicle with the victims prior to their death, according to the sheriff. Authorities believe that all three victims were shot at the same time. At GGS, this is in Florida. And then he says, the sheriff says that she was there on her own free will, and he's talking about Silverman, who owned the vehicle. After obtaining a search warrant and searching her vehicle, authorities found 16-year-old Quarles in Silvernail's car dead from a gunshot wound. The arrested suspects confessed to shooting Quarles in the vehicle, Wood said. The suspects obtained the guns from car burglaries, he explained. So these kids went and broke into cars, stole guns, was riding around with these other three teenagers, shot them, took the car, put the other girl, and it says this in the press conference that I'm going to show in a minute. The last girl that they found with the car in the water was found in the girl's trunk. She was in the trunk of the car. And then when police go to arrest them, they're surprised. Like they wasn't supposed to get arrested for this. Ava, how are you? Gigi, you're moving to Florida? Well, if you do, please be careful while you're down there. So Woods previously told Fox News Digital that he believed the suspects were a part of a wannabe or neighborhood gang and that the victims likely knew them for a short time. The Attorney General's office is reviewing whether to try the three suspects as adults. Florida's gotten crazy here lately, y'all. And this is a girl who owned the car. This is the first victim they found, Layla. So, police have not released the name of the male victim who was killed. Woods said his office is seeking any information regarding Silvernail's vehicle, a white Chevy sedan, from anyone who may have seen it in or around March the 30th. MCSO is asking anyone with information to contact Detective Ryan Smith. And there's all their numbers. Anonymous tipsters can contact the Crime Stoppers of Marion County with all of their phone numbers. Prayers to all three of the victims' families. Like I said, the 17-year-old, they may be waiting, like trying to get in touch with family. Or there may be other reasons that they haven't released his name yet. Okay, so let me grab the press conference on this. See, I told you guys stole my rent money. Then when I see him, that's me. Cheryl, when did that happen? And if y'all haven't done so while I'm grabbing this video, can y'all go hit the thumbs up? Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? Oh, my stuff is not updating for some reason. Wish YouTube would get their stuff together. Let's see, they better not get a slap on the wrist for this and only serve 40 years or something. Well, they're being charged with first-degree murder. So I don't see what the problem would be to charge them or try them as an adult. Operation. I also have 2 wonderful nieces here in Florida. Let's see, I can tell you how much of. Yeah, people are just, they don't care about, especially older people, which is crazy. They just have no respect for anyone. All right, give me a second. Cheryl, you need you some mace or something. Mace or a stun gun or something. Florida's a death penalty state, right? Okay, let me get this backed up here a little bit so we can start at the beginning. Well, they should go for the death penalty then. I mean, if they can prove that it was completely premeditated, and that's what they're charging them with, is first-degree murder. So, you know, not the officer, the sheriff is talking about that the girl was there on her own free will, and they knew that through her phone records and stuff like that. Either way, whether she was there on her own free will or not, they should be tried as an adult, and they should either get the death penalty or life. Okay, so this is the press conference. This is from earlier today, where they're talking about it.
We're here for two reasons. Because of a very
Everybody hear that okay?
incident that has occurred, but on the other side of the coin, a conclusion to that tragedy. As all of you are well aware, last Thursday, March 30th, we received a call near Forest Lakes Park, where our first victim, Layla Silvernail, was located suffering from a gunshot wound. She would later succumb to her injuries. The following morning, we responded to a location about a half a mile away and located a second victim deceased on the side of the road from an apparent gunshot wound. Then on Saturday, April 1st, my deputies located Layla's car abandoned and partially submerged in a pond about 9 miles from the location where she was found. My investigators located the third victim inside of the car. And I'll go ahead and tell you, because you've been asking me for specific details. She was located in the trunk. Now, I want to clear up before we get into those details. Based on the interviews, digital evidence from her phone, she was there of her own free will. Now, I'm going to start off by thanking all of the entities. If there's ever a true example of law enforcement, communities coming together and a almost perfect collaboration to come to a conclusion in a week on a triple homicide, is truly amazing. Those entities include the FBI, FDLE, U.S. Marshal's Office, and in my opinion, probably the best state attorney in the state of Florida for the 5th Judicial Circuit, Bill Gladson's assistant state attorneys. OPD, my deputies, detectives, forensic professionals, and our citizens, who are truly amazing. Now, this one's going to come a shock to you. That includes you, the media. You helped us of getting information. My emotions right now are all over the place because I am so proud of my guys and girls. I didn't do a damn thing, but they stepped up to the plate. And yes, you put information out there, and I'll admit this, you wore my ass out of interviews, you hounded me, but don't ever think I didn't use you as well to get the information I needed. Now, the investigators were able to determine that this group of juveniles were involved in committing burglaries and robberies, which they were referred to as a lick. Now, although we had out there that was gang related, we have nothing specific to say that it was any rivalry or anything to such that cause. But however, each and every one of them, in some shape or form, is associated with a gang. Basically, simple terms, there is no honor among thieves. And at some point, these three individuals turned on our three victims and murdered them. Two of them right there. They fled the scenes, but left a lot of evidence in their wake. Through the cooperation of the agencies that I previously mentioned and my office, we were able to begin compiling all of the evidence and finding these killers. Now, we were shocked and saddened by the violence, as all of my citizens, because we are shocked not only are the victims juveniles, but the murderers are juveniles as well.
Okay. So the whole press oops, the whole press conference is like 30 minutes long. So I just got the shortest one with the most amount of information in it. So now they can just catch the 16-year-old, get them all three in jail, and get them all convicted on first-degree murder and send their asses straight to prison. Because that's where they need to be. See, I'm sure they will find the other one within a few days. Yeah, they said that they left a lot of evidence. So they had this whole thing planned out. They've been breaking in all these cars and all this and that, but they wasn't too good at it. Thank goodness. Red Bull, how are you? Tammy C, how are you? Let's see. Breaking news of the shooter. Yeah, that's a good thing. So that's more good news. That it wasn't an active shooter. It was just a swatting call, which is crazy that someone would call in and say that there's an active shooter at a school, whether it's a college or just high school, elementary, or whatever. So, well, at least no one was hurt. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Mar, how are you? Hey, Mom Bear, how are you? News Nation probably called it in. I'm just glad that no one was hurt. Let me get all of this stuff. Um, Mar, there was a call for an active shooter at the University of Oklahoma a little while ago, but they're saying that everything is clear and it was just a swatting call. So, all right, give me just a second. I'm looking at something here real quick. With the killers in a giant tank. Sorry, listen. CJK, how are you? I mean, they want to act like they're grown. Those three teenagers, they want to act grown, then they need to go to prison for what they've done. I'm sure that if they can prove that they are the burglaries and the gun stealing the guns and all that from vehicles, they're going to get charged with all that as well. Okay, so let me pull this one up real quick because this is a new one. It is on News Nation, but it is the sheriff that was just talking about, that was just doing the press conference. It says multiple guns are found in Florida home of 12-year-old murder suspect. King Scarlet, how are you? CJ, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, this is crazy now. A 12-year-old with multiple guns. That's what I'm wanting to know. Like, little baby, like, where the hell's the parents at? Does the parents not know that their 12-year-old has multiple guns in their house? Flipping crazy. That's what it is. Okay, let me fix my thing over here. Hold on just a second. Maybe this will make it a little bit bigger. Here we go. Only 12-year-old and already killed someone. Tammy, I wonder if this is the first murder he's ever committed. Let's see, you got me up if you think I'm not on my kid. Like, what? That's what I mean. I don't understand. Like, people just don't watch their kids nowadays. I mean, they're saying that this happened between Friday, March the 31st, and Saturday, April the 1st. So this 12-year-old's parents just let him run rampant all night instead of being at home where he should have been. God, this is crazy. See, I know where my kids is and what she's doing. I know. Yeah, I mean, my child, one of my kids don't even live here, and I'm still keeping up with her. They think nothing of hurting. CJK, that's because they wasn't taught respect and morals when they were growing up. Okay, have you ever heard of Florida man? Apparently, if you Google it, there's tons of stuff that comes up. Wait, Tad, what Florida man? It seems careless. Well, white little baby, it's not bashing if it's the truth. I mean, who lets their 12-year-old kid run up and down the street with a 17-year-old and have multiple guns in the house? All right, let me play this one real quick and see what this guy has to say on here.
Talk to me right off the bat, though, about the possibilities of finding this 16-year-old. What do you know? How close are we? Have you got any leads?
Good evening, Ashley. Thank you for mentioning everything you did there. We are actively working to locate this third suspect so we can take him into custody. Now, right now, I can't give a whole lot of information about our means, but I can tell you there is a lot of resources that has been made available to my office so that we can find him.
Okay, talk to me about the 16-year-old. I don't know a lot of 16-year-olds that can be fugitives on their own. Do you believe that A, he has help in remaining a fugitive, and B, it could be his parents who are helping him?
You know, you bring up a good point. He's 16 years old, so a 16-year-old running on his own is near to an impossibility. And I know for a fact it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. There are people helping him. There's people trying to hide him. Now, I'm not going to sit here on the air and tell you it is the parents. I can't confirm right now or deny that. But the fact is he has help. And the truth is I wish I could charge them. And trust me, if I can find a charge and knowing that they're harboring him, I'll make that charge as well too on the individuals.
So, Sheriff, that's interesting that other charges could be ahead for those who might be harboring this fugitive. But what about other charges for conspiracy? Any other possible charges involved in this triple homicide than these three particular suspects?
Oh, I'm not going to rule out anything. You know, I mentioned in my press conference that state. For me, we are in the 5th Judicial Circuit, and I've got one of the best state attorneys in this state, Bill Gladson, and they are very proactive. They work with us in law enforcement, and then they know what needs to be put, the charges they need to put on individuals to ensure the safety of our community. So is it a possibility? There's always a possibility because, you know, these are murderers. This ain't petty theft of bubble gum from Walmart or a Jiffy store. They actually, without any thought, killed a human being.
Couple of new pieces of information tonight, Sheriff, and that is that when executing the warrant on the 12-year-old's home, you all found additional weapons, multiple firearms in that 12-year-old's home. Do you believe that any of those firearms were used in the commission of these murders?
We did find weapons in the home, and it is a good possibility that one or more than one of those weapons will be the murder weapon itself.
And when will you find out? When the testing is completed, I'm assuming, but how long until we know that?
You know, that's the process that takes a long time. A lot of people, and unfortunately, people watch TV shows, murder shows, and think it to turnarounds like in within 24 hours. It takes a little bit of time to do ballistics. Not all, now I have a lot of technology here in my office that'll get me to a certain point, but it also has to go on to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to finalize with the experts that examine the ballistics of the gun to match it to any physical evidence that we may have collected at the scene or from the bodies of the deceased.
Let me ask you about what Christopher Atkins and Robert Robinson said when they were in custody. I heard you announce that they both confessed to the killing of the third victim, and that's Camille Quarles, the young 16-year-old girl who was found in the trunk of her friend Layla Silvernail's car. Did they say anything else that was specific, and were they in the presence of their mothers when they made these confessions?
I got to think about that for a minute. I can't give a whole lot as into what they specifically said. But the last question is yes, the mothers were present to answer that one. As for the first part, right now I'm not going to answer it. Let's put it that way.
I understand. There's a lot going on in this investigation. You still have a fugitive out there who's 16 years old. Okay, there is something else. You and I spoke last night about a witness witnessing the vehicle, Layla Silvernail's vehicle, slow rolling into the dumpster where her body was thrown out, and then the car sped away. That is the same witness, if I'm not mistaken, that called 911. And today, I think you said that's the same witness who heard all of the gunfire where you believe the killings all happened inside that car with 6 people in that car, 3 of them shot, all at the same incident. Do I have that right?
That is absolutely correct. That witness, when they heard the gunshots, those were actually the shots that were being fired to kill the 3 victims.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Okay. That's just a whole sad situation all the way around, honestly. Let's see, about 13-year-old didn't listen. There's consequences. These kids, though, their parents don't care. They could care less what they do. They don't want to have to deal with them, so they just let them do whatever they want. And then they get in trouble, and then the parents start whining and crying and boo-hooing because their kids are in trouble. See, not victim blaming or parent blaming. However, the relationship between parents and children is very deep, complicated. Leave a baby in a shopping cart for 30 seconds can lead to lifelong trauma. That is true, Stevie. That's the truth. I mean, but if you're going to have kids, Angel, how are you? If you're going to have kids, though, you've got to teach them right from wrong, and you got to watch what they're doing. Like this one here, this 12-year-old, a house full of guns. Like, where did he get them from? We know that they were robbing cars, but why does the parents not know that he has them? And Brown Bear, that is true. You can't do that nowadays. That's like people leaving their kids or grandkids in hot cars and then saying that they forgot them, and then nothing's being done to them. It's just crazy. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, my condolences to the victims and their families. Yes, please make sure y'all keep the victims and your families and their families in your prayers. Yeah, I haven't listed the entire case, but having guns don't mean they did it. Now, I don't know what evidence they have to prove that the 17-year-old and the 12-year-old was involved in this, but they're saying that they all 3, and they know who the 16-year-old is. They just haven't found him yet, but they're saying that they all 3 left evidence behind. And apparently they know that they were breaking into cars and stealing the guns and all that. So hopefully, they'll get charged for that too. Maybe that'll teach them a lesson that you can't go out and do wrong things and then get away with it. You can't take somebody's life and get away with it. Be surprised when the cops come knocking on your door after you just killed 3 people. Okay, let me get this off the screen. So hopefully within the next day or two, I seen White Widow Baby say give it like 48 hours. Hopefully the next day or two, though, they'll have the 16-year-old. Ow. Let's see. I speak mine, and as soon as someone says something, I told them my kids, the ones on the news. 3 suspects. Yeah. People just, if parents would start doing what parents are supposed to do, then things might change. I wonder why this. What do you mean, H-Town Finest? You wonder why the switch up on the squad. All right. Angel, you're very welcome. Okay. So has anybody, I want to jump over to this other case because there is a missing woman. Hold on, I gotta grab my notes on it. Well, they turn. Oh, you mean why did the 3 suspects turn on the 3 victims? H. Chambanus? I don't know. They didn't give any details about that. Just that all 6 of them were in the victim's car, and for whatever reason they turned on them. But I'm pretty sure. These 3 suspects brought guns with them, so I'm pretty sure it was a premeditated deal. Okay, so give me a second because I'm trying to find my other email here about this woman. Her name is Madeline Kingsbury. Has anyone heard of this case? All right. My dad told me that he has scars on his ass from his father's army belt. Oh, wow. It's not in your mental bed. Yeah, it's crazy, though, how kids nowadays turned out, though, honestly. All right, so there's this lady. Her name is Madeline Kingsbury. I'm going to pull up her picture here real quick. Where is here we go. What was it? Yes, H-Town Finest. She drops her kids off that morning. Her and her, I guess he's just her boyfriend, or he's the father of the kids, or of her kids. They drop them off at daycare. They come home. He leaves. When he comes back home, she's nowhere to be found. But her name is Madeline Kingsbury. She's 26. She's from Winona, Minnesota. It says that she was last seen March the 31st around 10 a.m. at her house. She is 5'4", 135 pounds, short brown hair, hazel eyes. So apparently her and they're claiming it as her partner. I'm assuming boyfriend. I haven't seen anything where it says that he was her husband, but there was a post on one of the Facebook groups for her that says that he is now her ex-boyfriend. So I don't know if that's how her family is calling it now. No, no, that's a link to a different story. Her name is Madeline Kingsbury, and I'll drop it in the chat. H-Town Finest, yes, because they have said that he has not been to any of the press conferences. He wasn't there with her family. Whenever I think it was her sister that spoke. They're wanting people, and they've named certain roads and areas and stuff like that they're wanting them to check their property, their sheds, if they know of a trail to go looking down it, if they have any type of cameras on any of their property, to go look on it and see if they find something. If they do, turn it into the police. And what they're looking for is the van. It's her van that he's claiming that he left the house in that morning. Hey, Sammy, how are you? He took her van and left the house that morning at like 10:30 and didn't come back until like around 1 o'clock that afternoon. So they're wanting to see where the van went. And that's what they're wanting the surveillance for. Okay, so let me go up on this. So it says the family of the missing Minnesota woman offers $50,000 reward in suspicious disappearance. Sammy, you're very welcome. So a series of out-of-character events for a Minnesota woman who hasn't been seen since March 31st has family and police worried about her safety and calling for help to find her. Madeline Kingsbury, a 26-year-old mother of 2 young children. I've seen the ages of her kids. I believe one of them is 5, and the other one is younger than that. But I didn't write their ages down. Hey, Petey, how are you? Let's see, it's Reba saying hi. Well, Petey, thank you so much for joining us. Wait, what? He took her. H-Town Finest, I don't know if he took her. I think that there's something up with him. Because there was, at a press conference, like every time the guy that was doing the press conference was asked a question, like, what about the father of the kids? He would always say, I can't comment on that. He couldn't comment on why the father wasn't at the press conferences. He couldn't comment on anything about the van. Why are they, like they're looking for the van? Where did it go? The routes that it took that day. It kind of makes it sound like because they can't comment on it or why he's not there or if he's even a person of interest. It kind of sounds like that he is, and they're just not saying that he is right now. So he took her van when he left, came back, and she was gone. Yes. But now the van is not missing now. So him and her went that morning and dropped the kids off at daycare. They have 2 young kids. They dropped the kids off at 8:15. They come back to the house around 10 a.m. He leaves in her van. She was supposed to go to work that day. I think it says she worked at the Mayo Clinic, or she's doing some type of studying at the Mayo Clinic, but she never showed up. She was supposed to pick the 2 kids up from the daycare that afternoon, and she never picked them up. And they're saying that that is completely out of character for her. So around 10 o'clock, the children's father said, and this is what he tells police, he left the house. When he returned, she was not home. He got home, what they're thinking, around 1:30 that afternoon, because they're saying that there was a van. She has a 2014 dark blue Chrysler Town and Country minivan. They're saying that a van that looks just like hers was caught on surveillance camera returning to the area of her house. Gigi, how are you? So that's the reason why they're wanting to see where the van went. They're wanting that the surveillance footage for that, because I think that they're thinking maybe he did something with her, but they need more proof before they can come out and say it. Michelle, have a good night. And like I said, they wouldn't comment on anything that had to do with the kid's father. Okay. All right, so it says a series of out of character events for a Minnesota woman who hasn't been seen since March 31st. As family and police worried about her safety and calling for help to find her. Madeline Kingsbury, 26-year-old mother of 2 children, didn't show up for work after dropping the kids off at daycare with the children's father the morning that she vanished. And she didn't pick them up that afternoon. Friends and family posted on social media that they've been frantically trying to reach her for days to no avail, and that they are offering a $50,000 reward. Police also found her phone, wallet, ID, and a jacket that she was wearing earlier in the day. Winona, Minnesota Police Chief Tom Williams said during a Wednesday afternoon press conference. Okay. All right, I was just checking the chat real quick. So that is very unlike her, said Williams, who was surrounded by Kingsbury's family members dressed in missing person sweaters with pertinent phone numbers. Based on all of this, we believe that Maddie's disappearance is involuntary, suspicious, and we are all concerned for her safety, the chief said. Kingsbury's sister's voice cracked during an emotional plea to help us find Madeline. Madeline is many things, Megan Kingsbury said. Madeline is a hard worker and a dedicated mother. Family is everything to her, and she has grown into an impressive and beautiful young woman. So this is another picture of her. Thank you, Gigi. I love you too, honey. Wait, what up, baby? They have not given his name out. That's what I was scrolling through Facebook for. On the few groups that they have, couldn't find it. There was other people that was asking for it. And they haven't released it yet. It's just the way they're saying things. It's almost like they think that he done something with her. But until they found that evidence, they're not going to come out with it. Marissa, that's the woman. They arrested the guy, didn't they? That she was with? Or am I thinking about a different one? A different lady? Because they said that the guy, if it's the same woman, she had took the picture, or he was in the pictures with her, and they ended up arresting the guy, but it seemed like that while he was with her, taking pictures with her and all that, like he changed his looks. So it says the children need their mother. We need our daughter, our sister, our aunt, our best friend back. We just want to find her, so thank you. The father of Madeline's children told law enforcement that he was with Madeline until 10 a.m. on March the 31st and returned later that day, and Madeline was not home, the police chief said. Screenshots of a Facebook post that he purportedly wrote said that he was with Madeline until 10:30 the day that she went missing, left to run errands, and she was gone by the time that he returned that afternoon. That post has since been deleted or can't be viewed. Oh, see, yes, he was arrested. Okay, so Marissa, that's the same one I was thinking about. I remember seeing it today or yesterday, where they had arrested him, and people were talking about how much different he looked in the pictures. All right, so Winona Police Department has posted this on Wednesday. So, in regards to the missing person, Madeline Jane Kingsbury, age 26, the Winona Police Department is requesting assistance from residents and landowners located in the city of Winona, Wilson Township, and Hillsdale Township. We are asking that you search your acreage of wooded property, outbuildings, vehicles, and trails, or anything suspicious that may help find Madeline. See the map areas pictured below for search areas and concentrate in. If you have searched a particular area, please consider emailing the Winona Police Department and leave their email address and describe the specific area and the method that you use to search. This is the most specific search area that law enforcement has identified at this time. Please also continue to check video cameras, doorbell cameras, trail cams for footage of a dark-colored Chrysler Town & Country van traveling through the area between 8 a.m. on March the 31st and 4 p.m. on April the 1st. We will release additional information as it becomes available. When searching, please respect the private property and obtain permission from landowners. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? And then it just says to please call the Winona Police Department with any information. You can submit a tip online if you want to remain anonymous. So, okay, Maura, I'll check it in just 1 second. So this is the area. It's kind of hard to see. But there's like a specific area that they're wanting people to look in on their cameras and stuff for this van. Yes, Winona. Here, I'll put her name back in the chat. She's 26 years old. So Fox News Digital reached out to the children's father but hasn't heard back, and a Kingsbury family spokesperson told Fox News that at this point that they didn't want to divulge details about the children's father. The family's focus is finding Madeline, and they have been out with law enforcement searching for her. For some reason, they don't want to put his information out there. Williams says that there's no suspects at this point, but the case is actively being investigated as a missing person with the prospect of foul play. Further complicating the case is surveillance video that picked up Madeline's 2014 dark blue Chrysler leaving her home and returning between 10 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. on March the 31st, according to the chief, who said that he couldn't say who was driving. So there's her missing person poster. I mean, in that van, if he did do something, and this is just a theory, not stating it as facts, but if he did something with her, he could have put her in the back of the van and they would have never seen her, because I'm sure the back windows of the van are probably tinted. Okay, so it says the van has been parked in the driveway since 1:30 p.m. on March the 31st, and nothing indicates that Maddie left on foot or in another vehicle, the chief says. Winona Police and the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office are asking everyone in and around the areas highlighted above to check all security cameras and doorbell cameras, walk the properties, check all the buildings, and call the Winona Police Department with any information or tips. Police are asking that everyone in those areas to save any video footage from March the 31st to April the 1st, regardless if you see something or not. And then once again, it leaves the Crime Stopper website if you want to remain anonymous. Okay, have they found the husband or boyfriend? May have found the husband or boyfriend. I'll need to deep dive. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've seen people on, and I'll pull everything back up here. I've seen people on the Facebook groups that was asking if anybody knew his name, and nobody knew it. And like I said, it's just the way they post stuff or have written stuff in the article. It almost seems like that they suspect him, but they just have no proof to say it yet. So she's not seen leaving the house or getting into another vehicle. So how else would she have left the house? Yeah, Princess Meghan, they haven't released it yet. The sheriff was asked at a press conference, and he wouldn't give any information as who the guy is, why hasn't he been in any of the press conferences, or anything like that. Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, Mara, I got your email. See, known details. And this is the Find Madeline Kingsbury Facebook group. Because, usually, like, when someone goes missing and they have someone who lives with them, like in this case, they usually release the name of the partner, boyfriend, fiance, husband, wife, whatever. And it's just weird that in this case, they're not doing that. Okay, so this is these tattoos she's got, though. You can't. I'm gonna get this image, but you cannot see the tattoos that good with the pictures that they have. All right, give me a second here. Okay, where I am from, we have a felon who was suspect still loose for murdering a girl I knew. We found her a few weeks ago. Oh, Turquoise, I hate to hear that. Okay, 1 second. I'm fixing to pull something else up. And then I have the press release that I'm going to read. But this one here is an update in it. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. Okay, so police provide an update in Madeline Kingsbury's disappearance as the search continues. And this came out at like 1:20 today. Okay, the man is a suspect, was last seen with her, and she was found after 3 years. And they still haven't arrested him, Turquoise. That's crazy. Okay, I'll check my email in just 1 second. All right, so the latest update was the Winona Police Department, Fillmore County Sheriff's Office, and the Minnesota BCA provided an update Friday on the investigation into the disappearance of the 26-year-old Madeline Kingsbury, the woman and mother from Winona. So, are you any closer to finding a suspect or person of interest? Asked the reporter. So he answers again, it's open and active. The leads that are coming in are unbelievable. We are actually getting hundreds of them. We have a lot of information that we are trying to process right now to help do that. So it continues to be open and active, explained the Winona Police Chief Tom Williams. Chief Williams said law enforcement are very grateful for the outpouring of volunteers who are helping in the search for Kingsbury. Multiple questions were asked related to Maddie's disappearance, but met with the same answers. I'm not going to comment on that, Williams said. The father of Maddie's children has not been seen at any recent press conferences or investigations, not commenting on that either. Has he been involved in the search at all? Once again, he's not going to comment on that. Chief Williams said that multiple agencies are working relentlessly to find Madeline and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. He reiterated that residents in Fillmore, Winona, and the Houston counties to walk their property, check vehicles and outbuildings, walk trails, and to look for anything suspicious or out of place. He also added for residents with video cameras to check them and save the video. Fillmore County Sheriff John DeGeorge said all resources within the sheriff's office has been committed to finding Madeline, and they will continue to work tirelessly. He said that assistance and support from the community has been incredible. He said a team of investigators are on standby and ready to respond to any calls. Chief Williams said that the scope of the search is now larger than what they had initially looked at based on the number of volunteers that showed up to help. They actually had like 1,800 people that showed up today to help in the search. So there are so many conflicting stories, it's hard to follow and know what's fact and what's speculation, volunteer Ted Hazelton said. Hundreds of volunteers on Friday showed up at two locations, the Winona County Goodview Fire Department and Fillmore County Rushford Peterson School, in an organized search for Madeline. And these are just pictures of when they were searching. So it says that we hope that there are things that they know and will help us lead to where we need to search, the areas that we need to search so that this can be resolved and that they find her, said Kara Welch. But volunteers say that they understand why comments are being kept to a minimum. It's a fine balancing act between the public's right to know and the integrity of the investigation, and that's what's making it confusing for the general public, said Hazelton. But that doesn't mean that people won't stop asking. Earlier this week, police said that the vehicle matching Kingsbury's van was spotted on County Road 12 and Highway 43 in Winona County and south on 43 in eastern Fillmore County. Later, a van similar to Madeline's traveled back towards Winona on Highway 43. So they're already getting video footage of where this van has been. And that's why it seems like they're thinking that he done something to her. So Kingsbury has not been seen since the early morning of March the 31st, and she had not had any contact with friends or family since. And for a timeline of Kingsbury's disappearance, it just says click below, which really there isn't anything on the timeline other than 8:15. They dropped the kids off. 10 o'clock, the children's dad said that he left the home. When he returned, she wasn't home. And at 1:30 is when they saw the van, or what looked like a van like hers, coming back in that area. Okay. Glowbug, the Madeline Kingsbury one is close to you? All right, let me. Okay, let me download these pictures real quick. This is the pictures of her tattoos. A few hours away from Winona. Oh, wow. So, Glowbug, where you're at, have you heard of this case? Okay, it's going to take me 1 second, y'all. I just got to download these because these are a little bit better. And then I'm going to crop them to where you can only see the tattoo. In her van. There is a picture in here of her van. Picture of the van is included in the pictures. Yeah, I got it. That's the one I'm about to download now. Okay. All right. So I got them downloaded. Okay, so that's just a report. Turquoise, this is in Winona, Minnesota. Okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. All right, y'all, let me crop these pictures real quick. That's where Winona Ryder got. Oh, that's cool information, Tad. I didn't know that. So I had actually seen this last night, but wasn't able to get any information on it until today. But I wonder where the kids are at. They've never said like is the kids with the dad still, or if they with family members, or I wonder how they're doing. Okay, thank you. Oh, Turquoise, you're fine. Okay, let me get just the tattoo here, y'all. I hope they're safe. Jamie, I do too. I would think that they would be with family members in a situation like this, especially if they think that the dad has something to do with it. Is he the dad for sure? I believe so, H-Town. I mean, that's what they've referred to him throughout the whole thing, and I haven't seen anything any different, referring to him as they've referred to him as her partner, as the children's dad, stuff like that. Stevie, I think he is up there for the Lori stuff, because I do remember him saying that he was going back up there during the trial or whatever. And I believe he had said something about going up where Michael Vaughn is. That he was wanting to go up there as well. All right, I'm just about done. I'm just cropping these out real quick. Well, I think the Lori trial is what, 3 hours? Isn't Boise like 3 hours from Moscow? I believe. Not exactly sure how far the Michael Vaughn case is from there, but it's in Idaho as well. But I do remember him saying that he was going to be going up there for the Lori Vallow stuff. Okay, so White Widow Baby, when was the last time she posted anything? She love everyone. Family, since y'all show love to me. Oh, H-Town Finest, thank you for that. Okay. Let me do the van real quick. Rich, how are you tonight? And Rich, thank you for that. You have a good Easter as well. Oh, White Widow Baby, you and your phone. Idaho is taking over Colorado these days. Okay, so she hasn't posted since March 26th. She went missing or was last seen March 31st. Wow. All right, I'm just cropping the van out. And I don't know if this is her exact van or if it's just one like hers. Yes, happy Easter to everybody. Today was Good Friday. Easter Sunday is 2 days away. Well, about to be 1 day. Okay. Hey, Cherokee Raider, how are you? All right. I think I got one more tattoo to do. Thank you, Turquoise. Okay, so this is the last one. This one here is in a different language. Okay, we'll have to deep dive onto that for sure. No, White Widow Baby, you're good. If we don't find his name tonight, that'll be fine. Okay, I'm gonna put that. Get rid of this. Go back over here. Now I'm gonna pull up the pictures. All right. All right, so this is the one I was talking about that's in a different language, but it's on the back of her left shoulder. I'm pretty sure I can find the video. I do have the transcript of it. Let's see, I will find him even if I have to pull it. No, I mean, you can get some sleep tonight, White Widow Baby. There ain't no sense in doing it, sitting up all night looking into it. Hey, Dub, how are you? All right, so there's one tattoo. This is another one. This one is the right shoulder. And then that one is the lower stomach. Surgery. Oh, Cherokee Raider, I hate to hear about your pain, honey. I'm so sorry. Which one? Stevie, you're talking about this one? All right, and then we've got this one here. And this one says, from the ashes, a fire shall be awoken. The other one, though, I like I said, I don't know what it is. This one here. See, I haven't been keeping on much the last week. I mean, Glowbug, are you feeling any better? All right, and then here's the van. No, Stone Gator, I forgot to set my alarm when I went to sleep this morning. I didn't wake up. It was like late when I woke up. So that's why I didn't stream today. So this is what her van looks like. I know Glowbug says she was close to that area. I don't know if anyone else is, but this is what the van looks like that they're looking for on surveillance videos. Okay. And so this is what the van. Would be the van that he's claiming is hers, and he left in it. Now I don't know if he has his own vehicle, what kind it is, if he does have one, why he didn't take his own vehicle. She was supposed to go to work that day, and she didn't. So if she's going to work, she would have needed her vehicle. So why did he? Unless she was going to drive his. And see, that's the stuff that they're not talking about. Okay, thank you. Wait, what, baby? Okay, our tattoo translates to "May eternal light shine upon them, O Lord," according to Google. Thank you for that, Angie. Oh, wait, I didn't see it up here. Hold on. May eternal light shine upon them, O Lord. Well, thank y'all for looking that up. All right. So this here, this was what I was talking about that was in one of the Facebook groups, and it says known details are facts. It says that we will not tolerate speculations, assumptions, or accusations. Here's what we know. The time frame to be looking into checking cameras is for 8:15 a.m. when Maddie got home from dropping the kids off at daycare with the ex-boyfriend. To 4:30 p.m. on Friday, March the 31st. Searching cameras for the view of Maddie's Chrysler Town & Country minivan, dark blue, picture attached. Note, we are not searching for the van. We are searching for signs of video of the van traveling. Let's see. May eternal light shine upon them, O Lord. Okay, thank you for that. Can doing dishes. Well, Angie, thank you so much for joining us. Maddie was most likely last wearing all black, black pants, black tank. She was not wearing her jacket. She was most likely wearing fuzzy winter boots. Now they're saying that that's how they know that she. Hey, Sifa, how are you? That's how they're saying that's how they knew that she went home after dropping the kids off is because the jacket that was found at the house with her keys, phone, and wallet. I'm sorry, not the keys. The phone, the wallet, and the jacket was the jacket that she was wearing when she dropped the kids off. So they knew that she went home. They just don't know where she went after that. So it says, see posts for updated pictures of Maddie's identifying features and tattoos, which I've showed. It is not known if Maddie would have anything of importance to be looking for, like necklaces, glasses, anything like that. So I don't know why in this thing they're saying she dropped the kids off at the daycare with the ex-boyfriend. That's kind of weird how they labeled that. So I don't know if it's the family saying he is now the ex-boyfriend. Maybe they think something or know something, but they're not allowed to talk about anything that has to do with him. All right, let me jump back up in the chat real quick. All right. Just heard moving out. Okay, wait, H-Town Finance, what are you talking about? Just heard moving out. The day she went missing, she was supposed to be moving out? Or he was? Dan Davis, how are you? So I can understand why he doesn't want to get involved. He's not really connected to her anymore. But if that's the case, like why if he was moving out, why take her van? Let's see. Okay, I'm back and missed what you said about the trial. No, Stonegator, I was saying that the reason why I didn't stream it today is because this morning when I went to bed, I forgot to set my alarm. And it was like super late when I woke up. Okay, so they're saying that she was most likely wearing all black, black pants, black tank. She wasn't wearing her jacket. Like I said, they know that she had the jacket on whenever she went to drop the kids off. Tammy C, how are you? When she gets back home, wherever she goes from there, she don't have her jacket. They don't know where she's at. Okay, so the spouse X are the first ones that they're looking at. Yes. Well, they haven't said that, Stonegater. I think a lot of people suspect that. It's just the way that, because they won't answer any questions about him. You know, if they wasn't suspecting anything with him, Invisible, how are you? Then they would have came out and been like, we don't think he's a suspect, a person of interest, anything like that. But they haven't even spoke on that. Okay, let me grab this now. Okay, and this is the press release. So, endangered missing person investigation, Winona Police Department. Hold on, I gotta move this around. 1 second. Gag order, so he don't get suspicious. I mean, they're making it suspicious though. I mean, wouldn't it have been better just come out and be like, no, we don't think he's a person of interest while you're looking at him? No way, how are you? You think of, okay, so I believe that this case does not take a rocket scientist. If you think about, they have not said one word about him. That is true, Tammy. Issues, unhappily. I mean, if he didn't have anything to do with it, why is he not with her family begging people to help search for her? Okay, so it says update on the endangered missing person, Madeline Jane Kingsbury, who is 26. She was last seen the morning of March 31st and has not had contact with friends or family since. She was last seen at her home in Winona, Minnesota. Kingsbury was supposed to show up for work that morning but didn't. In addition, numerous calls and messages from friends and family went unanswered. Kingsbury was supposed to pick up her children from the daycare that afternoon but didn't show up or make other arrangements. All of this is extremely out of character for her. Hey, Evie, how are you? So since March the 31st, investigators have interviewed numerous people, including family and friends. Investigators have been canvassing neighborhoods, searching areas, and attempting to collect any video surveillance that might give us clues to where Kingsbury or her van, the 2014 dark blue Chrysler Town & Country, may have traveled. Recent developments led investigators to believe a van matching the description of Kingsbury's was last seen traveling from Winona to the eastern part of Fillmore County during the day on March the 31st. The Winona Police Department and the Fillmore County Sheriff's Office are asking residents and landowners in eastern Fillmore County to check the properties, including any video cameras, doorbell cameras, game cams, etc., for any signs of a van passing through or stopping. In addition, we ask residents, landowners to check for signs of a disturbance or any other suspicious activity. We are specifically looking for information during the time frame from 8 a.m. on March the 31st to 4 p.m. on April the 1st along the Highway 43 corridor of Winona and Fillmore counties. And if you need any information, contact the Winona Police Department. And it just says assisting the Winona Police Department in the investigation is the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Winona County Sheriff's Office, Fillmore County Sheriff's Office, Houston County's Sheriff's Office, members of the Southeast Minnesota Violent Crimes Enforcement Team, and many other agencies. And our heart goes out to the Kingsbury family, and we are asking everyone to help us bring her home safely. So hopefully they'll be able to find her. Like I said, I'm going to pull the van picture back up here so y'all can see it. Hopefully they can find where the van has went. And if they can find where all it went that day, then they can find possibly where she's at. All right, give me a second. I'm going to take this down. Oh, why is this pulling up? One thing I will never get is why it takes so long to get video CCTV tech until follow the possible suspect. I mean, Turquoise, it seems to me like police would be going knocking on every door in the area if they have to, asking if they got cameras or anywhere on their property or their house or whatever, to try to get some type of video footage. Because, I mean, a lot of times people don't watch, they don't watch the news. They don't really know what's going on around them and all this and that. So they may not know that they're looking for camera footage. Okay. All right, so I'm about this case just now. Super mysterious, isn't it, Brown Bear? Let me see what this is. Usually must always want to tell the families that it's okay, probably a runaway or left home. But see, they don't have video footage of her leaving the home on foot or in another vehicle. All right, y'all, let me see what all I got in my email real quick with her. Okay, so that's sister. So that's, I can use that later. Okay. Was there anything interesting in her background thing, White Widow Baby? Okay, so it says on her background she worked at the Mayo Clinic. She was a clinical research professional, research coordinator, an IRB associate specialist, patient services specialist. And let's see, she's been at the Mayo Clinic since January of 2020. Okay, they usually must always want to tell the family. Okay, so I read that. Wait, let's see. Then I'm late tonight. They have searched the home. Have they searched the home? And I don't know if they've used dogs to search the home, Turquoise, but I would assume that they've searched it. Okay, so let's see. What was that? All right. I'm just going through her thing real quick. Hopefully she's not in a suitcase. Oh, Tammy, I know. That case. I missed the whole thing today. I didn't even get to watch it because I woke up so late. Okay, let's see. Criminal traffic records. It seems like Turquoise if he called the police the day that she went missing, it seems like the right thing would have been to do if he leaves the house in her vehicle and he comes home a few hours later and she's not there, that they would have brought dogs in to try to track her scent. But they're claiming that they don't have her on video leaving the house on foot or in another vehicle. Hey Tonka, how are you? So apparently YouTube has been dropping your visibility. I had to manually pull up the channel. YouTube has just been weird lately. I've noticed they've done a lot of different updates. And Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so she got a speeding ticket in 2018. It's only $175. She was doing a 40. She's going 49 and a 30. It's not a big deal. And that's the only thing that I see. That's all she has on her criminal record is a speeding ticket. Okay, yes, dogs in his car. That is a problem with laws. Let them check without warrants for stuff like that. I mean, yeah, it seems like that would have been the very first thing they would have done. Because I'm curious if he had a vehicle too, but because they're not telling anything about him. It's hard to say. Okay. Oh, shoot. I don't know which one of these I just clicked on. Maybe it's this one. No, that's the one I just clicked on. Email on the husband. Okay, thank you. I'm looking through her background things real quick. I mean, she literally just had the one ticket and that was it. So it's not like she's been in trouble. It looks like she's had good jobs. She's worked in the healthcare field for several years. Tonka, we're talking about a lady. Her name is Madeline Kingsbury. She's 26 and she's missing from Winona, Minnesota. She was last seen March the 31st around 10 a.m. Her and her, I don't know if boyfriend, fiance, baby daddy, dropped their two kids out. They had two small kids, dropped them off at daycare around 8:15 that morning. They go back home at 10 o'clock. He leaves the house in her van, comes back about 1:30, and she's nowhere to be found. And the police have said that there's no video from the house or the surrounding area where she has left the house on foot. Hey, Billy Jones, how are you? And there's no video showing that she got into another vehicle. So the family has done pressers begging people to come out and help. They actually had 1,800 volunteers that came out today to help search for her in two different locations. The boyfriend hasn't been at any. Anytime that the sheriff has been asked about him, about the boyfriend, they say they can't comment on it. But what they are asking is for video footage in certain areas for the van. They're asking people, they have cameras, video, doorbell cams, trail cams, anything like that. Look through them for those between those two time periods. See if they've seen the van either just passing by or stopped. Search the properties, outbuildings. If they find anything that looks like it's been disturbed or out of place, to call the police and let them know. No way. I don't know if the cameras are at her house or if it's at like a neighbor's house or whatever. Just that they have said that they do not have her on video leaving the house on foot or getting into another vehicle. And I believe I have her address. Let me find it. Hold on. just had it up here. And I can pull up. Where is it? Hold on, I gotta find the address that's on here. Good Lord, there's like 1,000 different addresses. Let's get that one. But I can pull up her. I can pull it up on Google Maps. I just gotta find the address. Okay. Address. Okay, so see on this background check, it has this dude's name, which I'm assuming is going to be the boyfriend. Has an address, and it says that her and this guy may have shared this address from June 11, 2021 to March 29, 2023. So they literally, down to like the day before she went missing, have it on this background check for her. All right, give me just a second, and I will see if I can pull this up. Because I've seen the house. Okay, so wait, what up, baby? That name that you just sent me, that's the name that it says on the background check that she shared the house with. So more than likely, that's going to be him. All right, give me just a second, y'all, because whenever I looked at the house earlier, somebody had a picture of it. It looked like there was 2 garages. Okay. Oh, Lord, hold on. What? This has still got the stuff that we were looking up the other night in South Carolina. Oh. Give me just 1 second. I'm pulling it up now. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right. All right, now let me get, so I can pull it up on Street View. 2-bay garage connected. Yes, it is. It's going to be over on this side. So there's the house. It's this blue house right here, but there's 2 garage doors. No, wait a minute. Is this a duplex? Hold on. This may be a duplex, y'all. I need to see if there's... I need to see behind this damn tree. This is going to be a duplex. This over here on this side, on the left, is going to be the house. Yes, this is going to be it on this side. Okay, I passed out on y'all last night, dropped y'all on the floor and everything. Well, dang, Stone Gator. You was just being abusive to us, wasn't you? So, Scott, yeah, I see now, because whenever I first shot it or whatever, it looked like from the road, it was just a house with a garage on each side of it. But now I see the door over here. So, yeah, theirs would have been right here. So somebody, I'm trying to see, when is this from? This is from August of 2012. This is not what I... Damn it. Let me see if I can find a different date for this. Give me a second. There's a place. I just got to find it. Maybe this one don't have it. There is a certain place on here, though. Jazzy D, how are you? That you can change the date. But apparently this one doesn't have it, so. Glowbug, that's what I'm saying. She just dropping us on the floor and everything. So I'm not sure if they had cameras on the house when during this time. Like I said, this is from 2012. And I can't change the date, which sucks. Jazzy, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey, Brian, how are you? Check his... Oh, he's got charges. Okay, I'm gonna leave that up real quick. Well, I'll go check this dude's charges. Brian, are you feeling better tonight? Okay, so I'm not going to put his name out, but he is 29. Let's see. I'm just going to go straight to his charges. I ain't worried about neighbors and all that. Let's see. He went to Winona State University, graduated high school. Record. Receiving stolen property. Okay, there's no possible... See, no bankruptcies, judgments, liens, no licenses. Okay, so let me go look at the other one now. Let me grab this one. Okay. Don't need contact information. Okay. Careless driving. Receiving the stolen property, which was in the other one. Retail theft. All right, yeah, that's all I see. It's just receiving stolen property, retail theft, intentionally take between the amounts of 500 and 5,000. Receiving stolen property between 2,500 and 5,000. Both were felonies. And then, what was it? Oh, careless driving. And it was dismissed. Okay, those are all RSOs. People still have their MySpaces listed on here. Okay, so that was all it was on there. But that is, like I said, I'm not going to put his name out there because they haven't put his name out there. But it does show that him and Madeline lived at the same address. So that way it can be very easily verified that way. All right, let me put this in a new folder. So I don't lose these emails. Okay. All right, so is this his picture, White Widow Baby? Yeah, don't put his name in the chat because law enforcement hasn't put it out yet, so I don't want to put it out. Okay. He's a big old dude. Drop this in my folder as well. Okay. So yeah, it's still up. All right. So yeah, y'all, if y'all find out his name, don't drop it in the chat. Like I said, hey, the other Sharon. Law enforcement hasn't put his name out there, so I don't want to do that either. No way. They only had 2 kids. I want to say one is 5, and the other one, I want to say 2 or 3. I know they're both young. Okay, let me take this down. Let me see if I can find the article that I read today that talks about. There's another one that was a little bit more about it. What am I looking for? Okay, the girl is 5, the boy is 2. Thank you, Mar. Okay. All right, and I'm going to put the link out. If anybody would like to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Sharon, this one is not that old, honestly. She was last seen March the 31st. Did you say what time? No, Angie, they didn't say a time that she was supposed to be at work, just that she was supposed to be there that day. And she didn't show up. Now, somebody in chat did say that she worked from home. So more than likely she would have had to have logged into her work. But she never showed up for work. Someday I would like to go. Turquoise, anytime you want to come up, you're more than welcome. And so the other Sharon, she had, when she dropped her 2 kids off, her and her boyfriend had dropped the 2 kids off at daycare. And they go back home. They drop them off at like 8:15 that morning. They go back home. The boyfriend takes her van and leaves. He comes home and she's not back. She's not at the house. They don't know where she's at. And honestly, it seems a little fishy to me. Okay, let me see. This was a day ago. I'm trying to see if they put out anything new since earlier today. Because they, like I said, they had 1,800 people that volunteered to come out to search. They were doing 2 different areas where they were searching at. And I haven't seen where anybody has said that they had found anything. Okay, so Kingsbury was last seen Friday when she dropped off her 2 children, ages 5 and 2, at daycare with father at 8 a.m. All right, so she returned home at 8:15 in the morning, dropped the kids off at 8. The children's father told police. Let me pull this up real quick. Hold on. Stone Gator, I'll bring you up in just a second. Let me get this pulled up real quick. Why can I not hear this? Okay. What the heck? Y'all, if I can get this dang thing set right so I can play it for y'all. Okay.
Winona, about 115 miles southeast of Minneapolis. Her sister speaking at a press conference Wednesday.
Please help us find Madeline. The children need their mother. We need our daughter, our sister, our aunt, and our best friend back.
Investigators say last Friday morning, Kingsbury and the father of her children dropped the kids off at daycare around 8 a.m. and they both returned home. The father of her children, who was questioned by police, then left around 10 a.m. in their 2014 Chrysler Town & Country minivan. And when he returned around 1:30, police say Kingsbury was gone. But in that 3.5-hour time frame, police say a vehicle similar to the couple's minivan was caught on surveillance, leaving the area and then returning. It's unclear who was behind the wheel.
We believe the van remained parked in the driveway of Maddie's residence from 1:30 p.m. on. Nothing to date has indicated that Maddie left the residence on foot or in another vehicle.
Police say Kingsbury never showed up for work, and what they found in her home even more concerning.
Inside the residence, investigators located Maddie's phone, the jacket she had been wearing earlier in the morning, along with her wallet and ID.
Police calling on the public for help, issuing maps and asking them to focus searches on these specific areas, check out any buildings and property for disturbances, and scan home surveillance video for anything unusual.
We will remain loud about this and continue to advocate for Madeline any way, shape, or form.
Her family, grateful and hopeful.
This community has really rallied around us, and so many wonderful people have traveled from all over the state and beyond to come and help find my sister. And we're beyond grateful, and we're truly touched.
Police say a large coordinated search is in the works for Friday, and the family has announced a reward of $50,000. Police have not named any suspects or persons of interest in this case. We asked police if the father of Madeline's children has been ruled out as having anything to do with her disappearance. Police tell NBC News that's not information they can share at this time.
Okay. Very, very sad, y'all. Turquoise, you don't have to have your camera on whenever you come up. So if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. Just let me know and I can put the chat out, or the link out for you. Anthony, how are you? Stone Gator, I'm fixing to pull you up. Well, how are you?
Oh, I felt like I was waiting at the doctor's office. One second. Hey, chat. So I didn't come up here to talk about the missing lady, but after watching what you just played, yeah, I think the dude, the husband, boyfriend, baby daddy, I think he's guilty of something, in my opinion. But the other day for the Letitia Stalk trial, you read a timeline with timestamps on it. Remember? Like he was like 10:42. This person said this. Do you remember that?
I did.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't remember. Hey, Blondie, how are you?
I'm just trying to find something like transcript or something for Monday.
Where did I get a timeline from?
I'm talking about for Lori. If you think there's like a website or something that I can get.
You said Letitia.
I know, but you did you did read a timeline of Letitia's trial, and I wanted to know where you had got it from because I was going to look for the Lori Vallow transcripts or something.
Oh, all you have to do is probably just Google it.
Do you think they would have them the same day as trial, or like the next day?
Probably the next day.
I'm just trying to figure out the fastest way to get the information.
Yeah,
And you can't use Nate's audio.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it would be like the next day or so before it comes out. But you can probably just Google it, and you should be able to find it somewhere like that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to come up here for.
Alrighty. Yeah,
Thanks for
and
having
I'll
me
look for it once I'm done with the live. I can try to see if I can find it for you as well. And if I can, I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for
you're
having me up.
Oh, you're
Bye.
welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, so Anthony, the Madeline Kingsbury case is 2 hours from you. Somebody else said it was close to them. I forgot now who it was. But for sure, I think there's something up with the boyfriend or husband. Whatever. Princess Megan Stonegater was up here on panel just a second ago. Why do people think that they're going to get away with unaliving their partner spouse? Gigi, I don't know. People just will, for whatever reason, seem like in that moment, I guess, seems like that's the thing to do. That is the right thing to do. Teresa Smith, how are you? I don't understand it. I mean, they have to report the person missing because they have family, friends, or whatever. So people are going to miss them. They have to report them missing, and it's going to end up being brought out if they did something to them. Teresa, you must be listening to the first part. Okay, now I do have duct tape over my camera because my kids told me people can see me even if laptop is off. Okay, so Turquoise, you want to come up? Hold on, let me grab the link for you. Okay, let me go back up in the chat so I could finish reading some of these comments. So you wonder what took him 3.5 hours. Tammy, supposedly he was running errands, is what it said. Okay, Turquoise, that's fine. Just let me know in chat whenever you're ready, and I'll drop the link for you again. But I mean, if he was running errands, it seems like he should be able to prove where he was at. All right, let me. Okay, that's fine, Turquoise. Anyone hear any more on the IDS and BK? Oh, the IDs, Brian? No, I haven't heard any. I mean, people are still running with it, but that's about it. It's so unreal. DNA, ring cams, text messages. People are going to get caught. Just pack your bags, leave. And see, Gigi, that's what they were saying, that he was supposed to be moving out. So I don't know if that's a rumor or whatever. He could have very well been, supposed to be moving out, and him and her got into it and something happened. And because I've seen the picture of him, he's way bigger than she is. because she's only 5'4" and 135 pounds. And this dude was probably close to 6 foot, 5'10", between 5'10" and 6 foot, and at least 250 or more. Okay, so not enough psychology taught in schools at early ages. Schools need to help children adapt to the real world. Yeah, you don't get psychology nowadays until you're up in high school. I think you only have to take it like, what, 1 year or something like that just to graduate? Brian, who do? The girl's boyfriend? I didn't see anything on his reports what he did. She worked for the Mayo Clinic. She before the Mayo Clinic, she worked in some other healthcare company. But she's had different positions within the Mayo Clinic. Okay, and Brian, you were asking about the IDs and all that with BK. I mean, if it was true, there would be other news sources picking it up. I think News Nation, honestly, just was going back, looking over stuff, and was like, okay, well, they got some IDs from his parents' house, so let's just run with one of them was the victims. Okay. Use thin cutboard and tape. Don't put tape on the camera. Oh, y'all must be telling Turquoise that. All right. So yeah, I don't, as far as that, the whole ID thing, I don't think there's nothing to it, honestly. Wait, oh, you know what, Scott? You were right. Because I wrote down 465. So why did I put in, hold on. Let me go back. Did I type in 467? Jeffrey, how are you? JLR was live streaming from Moscow. Yeah, I do remember him saying that he was supposed to be going back up there. Mariska, how are you? Okay, so what would that be? I typed in 457. Jeffrey, thank you. Happy Easter to you as well. Because I wrote down 465. Hold on. Okay. Wait. Okay, so hold on. Let me get it pulled back up here. Because it shows I typed in 465. I gotta turn it around this way. Oh, I was zoomed in on the wrong side. That's what it is. Hold on. What the heck? So it's gonna be on the opposite one. I was on the wrong side of the house. So right here. See, that's 464. Why is it bringing it up like that? What does this one say? 467. I wrote down 465. This would have to be 465, but I can't position it to where I can see the numbers because of the trees. Shit. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is ridiculous. Dang trees in my way. Can I see it from here? Okay, 465. So it's on this side. Try Google Earth. I can probably pull Google Earth up, but it runs so slow on my computer. Boomer Girl, how are you? And happy Easter to you as well, Boomer Girl. What the hell? Why did it not share? Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all, I am sorry. I had it to share the screen. And for some reason it didn't share it. Was I trying to pull? Wait, little baby, when I pulled it up earlier, I was showing the wrong side of the duplex. Because I wrote down 465. And so it's the same little house. I was just showing the other one, but it would be on this side. And I wish I could change the date, but I can't change the date. And this is from 2012. See, I got other names of that address. Well, on both of their reports, on Madeline's report and on the boyfriend's report, it shows that they shared this address all the way up to March the 29th of this year. I forgot what the beginning was. I'll have to go back in and find it. Maybe it changed when you viewed the house. Let's see. Where is his at? Let me see if this is the one that. Make sure I wrote the address down correctly. No, this isn't the right one. Hold on. Because one of them. Okay. 465. So yeah, I got it right. It says Madeline Kingsbury, and I'm not gonna say his name, shared this address from June 11th of 2021 to March 29th, 2023 for 1 year, 9 months, 21 days. And then it has the one before that they shared from June 20th of 2018 to December the 1st of 2020. Okay, so I wrote down the right one. I just wanted to make sure. Did y'all watch Strip Job's video on whether Brian was the daughter's? Jeffrey, I watched that. Unless he put out another one, I did see I guess it would be the first one that he came out with. But honestly, I don't think that Brian is the DoorDash driver. Let's see. Quick question. Do you get notified when somebody orders merch? No, Glowbug, I don't. Usually I just check it every few days. Okay. All right. If y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. Brian, you don't think what is right? Okay, I do find it odd that the driver didn't see anything. Well, the way they had it in the timeline, Brian's car had left the area of the house and then came back right after. But I don't think he's the DoorDash driver. I don't think he did the driver either. Plus, I'm not sure if it matters really. Yeah, I don't know if it would really matter or not. But because, I mean, in the PCA, they did say that the DoorDash driver came forward and gave him information. Showed what time he was there and all that. Okay. All right. So anyway, this is the side of the duplex that they live in. This would not be his truck or their vehicle. This is from 2012. So it's hard to tell if there's cameras because of it being an older picture. So it really wouldn't do any good to even see if the neighbors had any cameras, but it does look like it's a nice neighborhood. Brian, that is true. Some do. They hear something and they run with it as being facts. Which case is this you're looking at? Okay, so Jeffrey, this is the case of Madeline Kingsbury. She's from Winona, Minnesota. And she went missing or was last seen on March the 31st. Her and her boyfriend took their kids to daycare. They came back. He claims that he left to go run errands, and whenever he came back home, she wasn't home. She hasn't been seen from. It hasn't been heard from or seen since then. Okay, wait. I just seen where did. Okay, changed address January 23. So Scott, I can't change it though, or do I have to get on Google Earth to do it? Because I know before I've changed the addresses on here to where it has like the updated picture, but it won't let me do it on this one. I need Google Earth. I hate Google Earth though, but hold on. I'll go to Google Earth. Just read my comment. Okay, hold on. The 457 address for 2020 is a different street in the report on him and her. So the address where she went missing from, though, it's not the 465? Because that's the address that it's saying that they shared on March the 29th of this year. Let me go to Google Earth. Maybe that'll work. Even though I hate it, but we'll go to it. Google Earth is very complicated and it doesn't want to act right. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, not sure if you see my comment, but I've snagged a hoodie. Oh, thank you, Glowbug. So they shared 457, then the 465. Okay, well, the one before that, I didn't read the address off. I just read the dates. Okay. Do I need a Dramamine? I'm gonna try to take it easy, Marissa, on the Google Maps. 465. Let me just get this real quick. Why is it not typing? 465. Oh, my number's wrong. That's one of those days. Drive. I wanna. Emerald Queen, it's just I just don't like it as much as I do the regular Google Maps. Google Maps is just easier to maneuver on. Okay, so I've got Google Earth up. Okay, so the boyfriend is the killer, obviously. Well, Jeffrey, we don't know if she's deceased. They just, as of right now, she's endangered, missing. But every time one of the media would ask about the boyfriend, they would say that they can't comment on it. They haven't put his name out to the public. The sheriff was asked if he was a person of interest, and he said he couldn't comment on it. That he was asked why hasn't he been at any of the press conferences, or is he helping with the search or anything like that. The sheriff said he can't comment on it. And then they turn around and say that he left in her van and was gone for a couple of hours. And then whenever he came back, she was missing. Allegedly, he was going to run errands, which, if that's the truth, he should be able to prove that. But the law enforcement is asking for the public's help by searching their properties, any trails around their house, outbuildings, stuff like that. But also if they have cameras, and they're asking for certain areas of where they think that this van that she has traveled. And is asking people, if you see this dark blue 2014 Chrysler Town and Country minivan, if you see it stopped or just passing by on a camera, turn it into law enforcement, because they're basically trying to map out where he went that day. And they know that she went home after they dropped the kids off at daycare, because a jacket that she was wearing that morning when she dropped them off was left at the house along with her phone and her wallet. So they know that she went back to the house. They just don't know where, when he allegedly left, where she went to. But there's no indication that she left on foot or with someone else. So it seems suspicious that they're not talking anything about him. Okay. Come on, Google. Okay, so y'all will have to bear with me because Google Earth does run super slow. Okay, see, it's still on. Oh my God, it's still on 2012. I need to go this way. Give me a second. Okay, I bet he dumped her. I wonder how close they are to the Mississippi. Teresa, she's 26. See, it's still the same image. And I know that there is a way that you can change it. Just don't remember how you do it. I don't want to capture the view. I don't want that. So Winona is right on the river. Well, it said that he was gone from. So they got back home at about 8:15. He left about 10 o'clock. Came back around 1:30. So about 3.5 hours. Yeah, it's not updating on mine. I mean, it says down here at the bottom 2023, but this is obviously the 2012 image. And I know that you can change it because I've changed it on Google Maps before. Very transparent, and we don't have a lot of facts, but we do is sounding very. It is more sounding super suspicious. But someone said that he was allegedly moving out of the house, or supposed to be moving out. Like I said, they could have got into an argument or whatever that morning. Okay, thank you. And something could have happened at the house, and he could have put her in the van and left with her. I mean, they could have got the van could have been in the garage, and he could have put her in the van inside the garage and left with her, and they would have never knew it. Especially if the back windows are tinted, which more than likely they are. Brian, why would you be mad at me? Oh, because of the other case. Okay, because I've already got you addicted to it. So that's kind of what it sounds like that happened, but we don't know that for a fact. It's just pure speculation at this point. Okay, I don't want to do that. Got me addicted to other cases too. I'm sorry, y'all. And I was going to stream Letitia's this morning, but y'all, I went to sleep at like 5 something this morning. Planning on getting up at 9. Did not even set the alarm. Woke up late. And I was just like, it's too late, because it was like late in the afternoon whenever I woke up. So it wouldn't have did any good. I did try to go back and watch a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of The First Witness that they had today from Florida. Just let her be her sick little self. Well, Brian, I told you it was a very interesting case. I just looked into the teenagers case, and yes, they are little monsters. King Scarlett, you talking about the ones from Florida? The 12-year-old and the 17-year-old, and they're still looking for the 16-year-old? That's crazy. That 12-year-old, they said that whenever they went to his house, the police did, that his house, he had multiple guns there. What do you mean, Brian? You don't understand the car part? Thank you, Boomer Girl. Letitia not on stand today. What? No, Gigi, she wasn't. Or I don't think she was. I only watched a little bit of The First Witness, and that was right before they were fixing to end it for the day. I had to rewind it all the way back. And she was a lady from Florida. Can't remember. She said she was a crime scene investigator. I believe is what she was, but I only watched a few minutes of it. I really don't like going back once something's been showed live. I don't really like going back and rewatching it unless I just absolutely have to. Okay, so the duplex is the one without the red vehicle, is what it's showing me. Okay, so the duplex is 465, right? Or the address, 465. Hold on. So whenever you go over, you have to go down the street a little bit to get from behind the tree. But whenever you zoom into it, it says 465. The other one is 467. I think the other side of the duplex. Okay, the Marion County, Florida is messed up. That's where the other kids burned. Seth Jackson alive, same county. Oh, wow. Okay, so Boomer Girl, the one in Florida, it was 3 teenage victims, 3 teenage suspects. They were all in one of the victims' car, all 6 of them. For whatever reason, the 3 suspects turned on the 3 victims, shot all 3 of them. They dumped the girl who owned the car in one location. They dumped the 17-year-old boy just like a few blocks over. And then the other girl that was murdered, they found her 9 miles from where it all happened at, or where the other 2 were left. And she was in the trunk of her friend's car, partially submerged in a pond. So they caught the 12-year-old and the 17-year-old. They're still looking for the 16-year-old. And the 12-year-old, the sheriff said today, when he was on Ashley Banfield's earlier, and he said that whenever they went in to arrest the 12-year-old, he had multiple guns in his house. and they are thinking that these guns came from burglaries that they did where they were breaking into vehicles. Okay, my maps are updated for 2023, but there is no updated picture. Check email. Okay, let me go to my email real quick. I wonder why it's not, because it's telling me it's 2023. Unless some people left their red truck parked in the driveway for 11 years. It's not updating that house, which is weird. How were the suspects? Boomer Girl, there was a 12-year-old, a 17-year-old they've already arrested, both of those, and then they're looking for a 16-year-old. And I'm just thinking, like, where the hell's the parents at? Okay. Okay, see, mine. So if you do it like a bird's eye view, it shows a different image. Because clearly the bird's eye view is not. That's not their red truck. So maybe I need to do that. Let's see. I need off the street view, dang it. Here we go. All right. But see, now I can't tell if that is their van or not. Oh, wait. No, this image date is April the 3rd of 21. Okay, see, it has the image date, but I can't. I wish it would let me change the date on it, and it won't. Oh. Let me see. And that's all fly and shit. I don't want that. Well, I'm trying to see if there's. Okay, so obviously this is not the red truck that we were seeing. But it says down here, I don't know if y'all can see it or not, imagery date 4/3/21. They wasn't living there at that time. And I can't change the image date. Unless they just haven't updated their images. Which I would have thought they would have done. And there's got to be somewhere that you can. Guess not. This is what. Oh shit! I didn't want that. This is why I don't like Google Earth. Okay. Well, anyway. So we know where they live at. We know they live in a duplex. I can't zoom in to see if there's their neighbors have cameras or anything like that. Which would have been nice. It seems as though no one for Google has come through to take updated pictures of the neighborhood or the duplex. Yeah, it don't look like they have. Which is just weird. Because it would have been nice to be able to see if there was any cameras on any of these houses. But I mean, way back then, it's going to be... Wouldn't be really any point of looking. Mar, have a good night. Okay. 1 second, because Google Earth has got my computer frozen now. Okay, I'm gonna have to get off of Google Earth, y'all. Local news reporting, what to pick up home. No way, I seen it. Where did I see it? It might have been on an article. I seen it, but it looked just like that. I don't think there was a blue, or I mean, not a blue, but a red truck out in the front. But for some reason, I can't get the Google Earth or the Google Maps to an updated picture of it. Yeah, it just wasn't working for some reason. Usually, I mean, there's been other times that we've looked at stuff and I can go in and change the date of it and make it like an updated or a current picture. And for some reason, it's not allowing me to tonight, because it would have been nice, like I said, if we could have went in and updated the picture and then seen if there was any cameras on any of the houses. Mar, thank you for being a member for 6 months. And she said, good night, y'all. Much love. Well, Mar, much love to you as well. Okay. 465 Cary Road. This is so crazy. Why it will not. Because even on the pictures, it's not updating. I don't understand this. There's no telling where he went to, though. He's gone for 3.5 hours. He could have went and took her somewhere and dumped her body. And like someone said, the Mississippi, now that I'm looking at it, it's right there. Like the town runs on the edge of it. Let me pull that back up and show y'all. See, there's the Mississippi, and the town's sitting right on the edge of the river. So if he had something to do with it, more than likely that's probably what had happened. But hopefully that's not what happened. And what was that other 57? Hold on, let me see if I can pull up the other one. I think this is the right one. White Widow Baby, the other one that you gave me, it was in Winona as well, right? So no, that's not going to be right. What the heck? 457. Okay, so I was putting in. Here we go. Dear True Crime sister, I hope she is found safe. She is one of us. Okay. So this is looks like a mobile home park where they lived at. I'm not pointing at the right one, am I? No. Wait, what the heck? Oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all, because my little Street View dude is not wanting to act right tonight. Okay, so it would have been this one right here is where they lived at before. They went to the duplex. I see lots of community and LE searches on Facebook page. No way, they had 1,800 people that came out today. Well, it would have been yesterday now where I'm at, Friday. 1,800 people that volunteered to come out and help search for. So they were able to do the search in 2 different areas with that many people. So I don't know when they're going to have the next one, the next search. But yeah, this one here, before they moved to the duplex, was just they lived in a mobile home community or park or whatever you want to call it. I just wish they would have come out with something though after the search today and let us, whether they found something or they didn't. It would have been nice if they would have come out and let us know something for sure. See, if he did do something, how much time would he have had? Can we go over the timeline again? Okay. So really, there isn't a whole lot on the timeline. But as of right now, what I've got, and I got to add one other thing. So at 8 o'clock in the morning, they dropped the kids off at daycare. She got back home, him and her, at 8:15. At 10 o'clock, I don't know. They're probably not going to give a name of a daycare. So I don't know how. I mean, if they dropped them off at 8 o'clock, they got back at 8:15. I would say just a few miles from their house. Yeah, 15 minutes. If you get there at 8 o'clock, you go in, say hi to the teacher or daycare worker or whatever. Hey, Daylight, how are you? You leave, let's say, at 8:05, 10 minutes from their house. So probably just right there. Because the town didn't look like it was a very big town. So it probably didn't take them no time to get there and back. So they got back at 8:15. At 10 o'clock, he claims that he left. She was at home. 1:30, he comes home. And she's not there. But her key, not her keys, her phone, her wallet, and her jacket is there. Now, I'm sure that whenever she went to the daycare to drop the kids off, she would have had her phone and her wallet with her. Brian, he just said that he left to go run errands. That's the only thing that I found where they've said that he said what he was doing. He was just running errands. So that's what I'm saying. If he was running errands, there should be a way that he can prove that. That means he would have to stop places, talk to people. More than likely, there's going to be cameras in the area. I would assume, her vehicle is a 2014. A Chrysler Town and Country minivan is more like a luxury type minivan. I would think it would have GPS. But it being 2014 model, I don't know if they had GPS on it back then. But for sure, he should be picked up on cameras. So at 10 o'clock, he leaves. There's no telling what he's doing. Whatever he's doing for 3.5 hours. At 1:30, they said that they saw a van on surveillance that looked like her minivan going back to the area of her home. Now, I don't know if that's pulling into the neighborhood, like turning off the main highway into the neighborhood where they live at, or if it's on the same street, or if it's actually pulling into her house or whatever. They didn't specify. It just that the surveillance shows the van that looks like hers returning to the area of her home. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you? Okay, the article I read says she dropped the kids off at 8 o'clock. It was headed to work, but her van was spotted on camera going the opposite way of the hospital. Okay, so they're saying when she dropped the kids off at daycare, her and the boyfriend did. No, I haven't seen any footage of anything. But they're saying that her and the boyfriend, fiance, whatever he's the father of the kids, they went and dropped them off, come back home, and then he leaves. But like I said, I don't know if he has his own vehicle. She was supposed to be at work that day. She didn't show up. Some people say she worked from home. Either way, she didn't log into her work if she worked from home. Nobody's heard from her. They haven't seen her. They tried to call her phone, which her phone was found at home. I don't know what the purpose of him leaving the house in her van was. Right. Exactly, Betty Jo. And I'll pull up. Let me grab. Hold on just 1 second. Where is the presser? So Daylight, they're going to do another search for her tomorrow. I just hope they find something. Okay, let me. They will get all the Ring cameras tomorrow. Hopefully they do. I know they're asking people for camera footage. I would think the neighborhood that they live in, because it seems like a nice neighborhood. Nice houses, that they would have cameras on the houses. Somebody in the neighborhood would. Okay, why is this not moving? All right. So they are looking, and I'll pull this up. This is the presser. All right. So they are looking for any signs of the van passing through or stopping. In addition, they're wanting residents or landowners to check for signs of a disturbance or any suspicious activity. They're specifically looking for information during the time frame of 8 a.m. on March the 31st to 4 p.m. on April the 1st. So I wonder why they've extended it out to April the 1st if she went missing on March the 31st. Okay, like Kohlberger, it takes a while. Let's see if hubby lawyers up. I mean, this is the mother of his kids. Why is he not at any of the press conferences? Is he helping with the searches? Anything like that? Because, I mean, they asked the sheriff that, and he will not comment on that. Okay, if I have the name correct, FB showed airplane, another computer science and engineer. So wait, is he a pilot? My daughter was 18. One night her boyfriend called saying if she didn't come up there, he was going to. Oh, well. Okay, and I'm sure these kids are wondering where their mommy is. For sure, Betty Jo, one is, 5 and the other one's 2? Like, she drops them off that morning, and then she was supposed to come back and pick them up that afternoon, and she didn't even come pick the babies up. I wonder where the babies are at. I wonder if they're still with the dad or if they're with some of her family. Sent you pictures of his face. I don't see any. Okay, yeah, because in the background checks didn't have anything about any certain type of licenses or anything like that. Okay, and I haven't even looked through all of his pictures. I just seen the one where it looked like she was graduating from something. And you can tell he's like way bigger than she is. Where is my... About getting my ice cream, cheese, and olive spread. Oh, y'all, I read cream cheese is ice cream. Good Lord. Okay, so how far is the Mayo Hospital from her house? Is there a Mayo Clinic? Let me see. I need Google Maps back. It's education, Bachelor of Science. Yeah, he graduated from what is it? They're from Winona University. I couldn't think there for a second. Okay, I'm trying to find out how much, or not how much, how far the Mayo Clinic is from Winona, Minnesota. Let's see. King Scarlet, I am after I get off of here. Okay. But I don't know why I read Gigi's comment about cream cheese is ice cream. Okay, so here, let me pull this up so y'all can see the map, what I'm doing. There's several Mayo clinics. Okay. So she could have worked at any of these. So here's one. Oh shit, I didn't want to click on it. I need to pin it. And then there's all the clinics. So she could have worked at any of those. Winona State University, Mabel Canton. Okay, that's where he went to school at. He knows computers if he went to college for it. All right, so current job listed as owner at Do My Realty Ads. Previous jobs, agency owner at Do My Realty Ads, CEO at 5 Star Media. Lab support at Winona State Technology Services, electronic consultant at Walmart. No, Emerald Queen, we don't know which one. Unless it's listed on her on like her social media, because just on her background check it just says Mayo Clinic. Adding to the mystery, police found Kingsbury's wallet, cell phone, and ID, as well as a jacket. I know, Daylight, that is what's weird. So they know that whenever she dropped the babies off, she came back home. And then for whatever reason, he takes her vehicle and leaves, and she's home supposedly, but whenever he comes back, she's not there. Now, I'm not just going to come out and straight out say that the man had something to do with it, but something seems a little fishy. Exactly, Brian, because whenever she took the kids to the daycare, she would have had her cell phone with her. She had her jacket on. She would have had her ID in her wallet. So it seems like if she would have left and was going somewhere that she had a reason to be going to, she would have taken that with her again. Okay, but did she actually come back home, or did he put her items in the house to make it? Wait, but maybe that could be it too. But if there's cameras around the house and he didn't pull that van into that garage, then it would have been caught on camera if he's carrying her stuff in. Let's see. Daylight, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking it's a possibility. Unless while he was gone, somebody come into the house, but they haven't said that there's any forced entry or anything like that. So the police haven't came out and said the father of the kids are a person of interest. They said that they can't comment on it. But them asking for surveillance footage of the van that day makes it seem like that's what they're saying without actually saying. That they're trying to get evidence against this man before they come out and say he's a person of interest. Okay. Wait, what is Gigi? Oh, she's talking about her food. See, I still have a problem with when Gannon was taken out of the house. That turquoise, that whole case right there is just a whole sad situation. And that woman, she is crazy. I'm gonna have to watch over the weekend today's thing. Okay. Brian, if you have his name, do not put it in chat, okay? Because the law enforcement hasn't released his name, and neither has Madeline's family. So for whatever reason, they haven't released it. So I don't want to put it out there either. Now, once it's released by the law enforcement, then it's fine. But I want to wait until then. She worked at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota as a researcher. Okay. So Rochester, let's see if we can find that on here. Okay. I had to get Troll to cut the heat on for me. It's cold in here. Okay, so where is Rochester? Because I don't want to lose Winona. Let me just zoom in. So it's not going to be across the river. So it's got to be one of these. Okay, so this would be it right here. So all right, give me just a second. I'm just fixing a map. I'm going to map something here real quick just to see how far it is. Let's see here. I need directions. No, I need to flip that. All right, we're going to map it and see how far it is. It's 44 miles, 54 minutes. Depending on which way you're going, I would assume. Let me zoom in right here. So it will. Why is it not telling me this way, but it's telling me this way? So 53 to 54 minutes, depending on which way you go. I got it, Emerald Queen. I'm still cold. Boomer Girl, which woman? Okay, I bet he took her across the state lines over that marsh area wildlife refuge. Oh, Jeffrey, that would be. Well, let's see. I'm just going to leave that up. I don't know if I'll be able to see it. So right here, just it's literally just across the river from them then. I know that there was one of the maps that they're searching was along the river on the Minnesota side. Brian, it says 54 here. Yeah, I mean, all that, if that's all marshland, yeah, I mean, or just the Mississippi itself. I mean, the Mississippi River is a huge, huge river. He could have, without being graphic, he could have dumped her there and be gone in no time. See, I've seen pictures of the bridges side by side. Which bridges, Scott? Okay, especially after all the snow. There's still snow up there, right? Exactly, Stone Gator. It's really, really wide, very strong current. Yeah, she would be. I mean, she could be down that river, like way down it, in 24 hours. Paige, how are you? So y'all know who stays on my mind every single day but doesn't get the coverage she deserves and needs? Madalena Kajikori. At least still has nothing. I do need to get on that case too, y'all. I'm just looking around here. I mean, he could have easily went to that river. I'm also hoping she's alive, but it isn't. Brown Bear, I do too, but yeah, you're right. It's not looking good. We have a ton of snow up here. So, Glowbug, I know you said you were like a couple of hours from there, but it was still Friday. What was it? Friday, the 31st. So, a week ago, it's been since she's been missing. Was there snow on the ground at that time? Didn't mean you. It's just, oh no, Paige, I understand what you're saying. But we do have a Facebook group for her. Okay, the one that works my mind is Shanquilla. Marissa, that's a sad story too. Shanquilla, they still haven't done nothing to the girls. Well, not just the girl, the whole group of people. Okay, so there was more snow then. So, okay, if she would have left the house, I'm sure the roads are clear. But if she would have even walked outside at all, there would be footprints somewhere in some snow. I mean, like I said, I'm not going to just come out and say that he done something, but it's not looking good, honestly. How come no one's last name is Smith? I don't know, Ron. And you would think, as common as those names are, that there would end up being one case with that last name. Yeah, Daylight, no evidence of her leaving on foot or in another vehicle. But I don't know how where they're getting that evidence from. So she would have needed her jacket in order to go outside, and they found her jacket at home. And they're saying it's the jacket that she wore that morning when she dropped her babies off at the daycare. That turquoise that I don't know. Every time there was something asked about the investigation or the father of the kids, they said that they couldn't comment on it. So I get why they could be trying to build a case against him, but they got to have the proof first. And they're just not wanting to put that out to the public because, like I said, they haven't even released his name. Or they could be looking at other people. They're not mentioning anybody as a person of interest or as a suspect. I'm just still thinking by what we've read and the way they're saying things and the stuff that they're looking for, that it's going to be the boyfriend. I mean, we know that they searched the house because they found her wallet and her ID and her phone and her jacket. But I'm wondering to what extent did they search the house, because they're saying that they don't think that she left on her own. They think that it's very suspicious. So maybe, you don't ever know. They could change her from being an endangered missing person in the next few days. If they don't find her, it could be a homicide investigation or something like that. See, I don't think she ever, and maybe she didn't white widow baby, unless they have proof that she did. Now, I don't know if they have proof that she did, but maybe not. Maybe they left that daycare and he went and did what he did and just said that they came home and then left. He left at 10 o'clock. I mean, that's very well possible. She doesn't look like the type that would walk away from her babies. No, she doesn't. And that's what they were saying. It's like odd behavior, that she's not talking to family. She's not answering phone calls, which her phone was found, but she hasn't called anybody. They haven't seen her. She didn't even go back and pick up her kids that afternoon. She didn't go to work. And all that's completely odd behavior for her. Possibly an argument between them about him leaving or moving out, and he snapped. Yeah. Good possibility. Like I said, I have a picture of him with her. I just don't want to put the picture out because he hasn't been identified yet. But he's way bigger than her. Like, she's tiny, 5'4" and 135 pounds. See, I'm looking now. This is a long time for someone to vanish. Yeah, Brian, she's been missing now for a week. And nobody's seen or heard from her. It would not take much. No, it wouldn't. He was a big dude. I'm talking, she's 135 pounds. He looked like, in that picture, probably close to 300, 250, 300. He's way bigger than her. Okay, so every time that the spouse partner is the last one to see a missing person, 99.9% of the time, we know it happened. Yes. And that's what's so crazy with Letitia. She was the last person to see Gannon, but she's made up all of these crazy lies that somebody come in and attacked him and her. Some dude got him out of the truck. Some dude, when he fell and hurt himself, took him to his house and was supposed to come back with him and didn't. Like, just a bunch of nonsense, and everybody knows she was the last person to have seen him. Must have got lost. How are you? And we are talking about Madeline Kingsbury. She's missing from Winona, Minnesota. Okay, just looked on Facebook and her personal profile is now gone. Crazy Witch Woman. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to catch back up in chat real quick. I hate to sound like Debbie Downer, but it's the truth. I still have hope and pray she is safe and found soon. Paige, you're talking about Madalena? Yeah, hopefully they find her soon. Okay, so it sounds like they know. So, Brian, I thought they said that they didn't know who was driving it. They seen it on the camera footage, the one that looked like hers coming back into the area, but they didn't know who was driving it. Let me see if I can find. They didn't even do an update that I could find after the search today, and I would have liked to have known. I would like to know like what they're doing after the search. Okay, so let's see if there's an update in the last few hours. Police refuse to say who was driving the van. That is not information we could share at this time. Okay. All right, so I have an 8-hour. 7-hour. Hold on. I'm trying to find like there's a 6-hour one, but the 6, 7, and 8 hours are all basically the same article. I'm just trying to find like what the latest update was. Let's see. I'm gonna go to CBS because the Daily Beast, I don't know how accurate they are. Okay, so I came to YouTube because of a missing hiker in Washington. Still has not been found. Something VF was involved. Something accident hiking to Vesper Peak. There's nothing to indicate she left resident on foot or in another vehicle. I just don't think she left with anybody else. I think when she left that house, she left in that van with that boyfriend. Okay, so let me pull this article up real quick. Oh, Betty Joe, they had an alleged active shooter at the University of Oklahoma. What am I looking for? Here we go. But apparently it was a swatting call, which is good because nobody got hurt. But that is crazy to call in an active shooter at a school. I mean, there's no schooling already happening for someone to call in a prank like that. Okay, so the crowds turn out to search for the missing 26-year-old Madeline Kingsbury of Winona. All right, let's see. I'm not worried about the video when I can just read it. Missing person, but also as foul play based on the totality of evidence. So I did read something about where they said something about foul play could be a possibility. And watch and see if they don't find her within the next day or so. They're going to end up changing it. Okay, so authorities say that over 1,800 people turned out to assist in a mass search Friday for the missing 26-year-old mother, whose disappearance police are now calling involuntary and suspicious. Why would he be driving her minivan when she was supposed to take it to work? Jeffrey, that's what I was wondering. Unless, because it doesn't say if he had his own vehicle. Unless he took her van and she was supposed to drive his vehicle. But someone in chat earlier said that she worked from home, which I don't know if it's true or not. It is a possibility. She could have been in a certain department within the Mayo Clinic where she had the ability to work from home, where all she would have had to have done is just logged into her work. And then he takes the van and goes and does whatever he needs to do. But if he had his own vehicle, it would have made more sense if he would have just taken his own vehicle. Instead, he takes hers. And then he comes back in her van, and she's nowhere to be seen. So the Winona Police Department says that Madeline Kingsbury disappeared after she dropped her kids off at the daycare last Friday and has had no contact with friends or family since. The father of Kingsbury's children told police that he left their house in a blue minivan soon after the drop-off, and when he came back, she was gone. He just seems like super suspicious. Okay, the van does have tinted windows, so he could have... The van could have been parked in the garage. He could have... Whatever happened in the house, if that's where it happened at, he could have loaded her into that van, inside that garage, and just drove out and made it look like it was just him in the van, and nobody would have ever seen her in the back. Okay, so it says, this is a sad story. There are kids that don't know where their mom is, and there is family that doesn't know where their daughter is, said Amy Shevel from Bryce Prairie, Wisconsin. She was one of 500 people who showed up on Friday morning to assist with the search. Organizers are asking for more volunteers on Saturday to continue the search, and they say that they will not be doing a search on Sunday, asking everyone to take a day to rest. And here it is, Easter Sunday, and these babies don't have their mom. Okay, so it don't make no sense because it says that she and him dropped them off, and then he comes back and she's gone. Okay, wait, let me go back up. Where did that just... Okay. All right, so yeah, the way the other one says him and her dropped them off, they come back home. He leaves at, what time was it? 10 o'clock. They drop the kids off at 8. They get home at 8:15. He leaves at 10, comes back at 1:30. That's the timeline as of right now. Now, the timeline as they investigate could change. So the organizers are asking for more volunteers. Okay, so I read all that. They're asking everybody to take a day of rest on Sunday. Volunteers are asked to meet at either the Winona County Goodview Fire Department in Winona or the Fillmore County Rushford Peterson School in Rushford. Registration for volunteers will be from 9 to 11. Those interested in volunteer can sign up online ahead of time. And additionally, police are asking for anybody along the Highway 43 corridor in Winona and Fillmore counties to check the properties, including any video cameras, doorbell cameras, game cameras, etc., for any sights of the van passing through or stopping between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on April the 1st. Okay, so see, they're asking for it on April the 1st. But she went missing on March the 31st. Okay, and there's the van in front of their duplex. And then it looks like she has a sticker on the I guess the very back glass, it looks like. It says, "Don't honk, I'm sensitive," on the back of it. Okay, wait. Let's see. Nobody ever mentioned why the kids had it. Wait, Boomer Girl, who are we talking about? So were they married? Paige, I think they were just dating. They've referred to him as her partner or the kid's father. It hasn't been said referred to him as her husband. Okay. So it says Kingsbury stands 5'4" tall, weighs 135 pounds. She has brown hair, hazel eyes. Her family is offering a $50,000 reward for the information that leads them to her, and anyone with any information on the whereabouts is asked to call. Leaves the phone number for the Winona County Police Department, or you can submit anonymous tips to Crime Stoppers online. Wait, what is Marissa talking about? Feet washing up. I'm still stuck on the feet that kept. Marissa, like human ones? Okay, the article read people are curious to find out details about Madeline Kingsbury's husband and her family after the mother of two went missing. Yeah, and see, Paige, they haven't put his name out. Oh my God. Wait, okay, so I missed when Marissa said that the feet thing happened. When did that happen? That's crazy. Okay, so there's no more of that article, but that is the van. That's the house that we were just looking at on Google Maps, or the duplex or whatever. Let's see, look it up in what? I'll have to look it up once I'm done here. That's crazy though. I've never heard of that. Ow. Okay, so let me see. I wish there was like something within the last hour or so. And I don't think they have. I tried to look them up on Twitter, and the Winona County didn't have a Twitter account. Happens every few years with shoes on. But where do they come from, Marissa? Like that they don't know. That's creepy. So turquoise, you know about? Oh my gosh, y'all. That is very creepy. I've never heard that. County. Okay, so Winona County Sheriff's Office. Brian, that's what I'm saying. Wow. If she didn't show up for work before he left at 10 a.m., that puts him in the time frame of when something would have happened. I think it's something happened. Maybe her intention was to go to work and something happened when they got back. You know, they took the kids to the daycare, come back home. She was going to leave and go to work, and something happened. All right. So Winona County does have a Facebook page. So let me pull this up because they did not have they didn't have a Twitter. So she's telling the truth. Check all past chats. Marissa and me never talk. Like, I heard about it too. Turquoise, that is. Oh my gosh. Betty Joe, I think so too. I'm still thinking though that maybe the reason why they're not coming out saying that he's a person of interest is because they need to get the proof first. But they did post 3 hours ago, and I'm gonna scroll down just a little bit just to see if there's anything else. So no, that's not. So Friday, April the 7th, so that would have been yesterday. Okay, so see, they actually got the maps on here. So I'm just going to go all the way down until I can find the very first one. Oh, poor little dog. Okay. Well, what is that? So that's March 17th. So that's 24th, 28th, 31st. So they actually posted this would have been the first, I guess, where they put it out about her. So at least they're keeping their social media up to date every day with it. I need to go find the one that they posted 3 hours ago, though. Not gonna pull it up. Okay. Okay, that could be the father's airplane. Same name, same town. All right, so this came out 3 hours ago. Hey, Roger, how are you? So good evening. I bet they're waiting to view video footage. If he went on errands, then I bet they're... Roger, that's what we were talking about a minute ago. If he went on errands or ran errands, he should be able to prove where he went. Like he would have to talk to somebody, whether it's go pay a bill, drop someone off. Like you're going to have to talk to somebody. There's going to be cameras that's going to catch the van passing by businesses, streets. There's cameras on stoplights and stuff like that. So he should be able to prove these different places that he went to, if that is indeed what he actually did. Let's see. I would like to know his phone pings. Yes. The phone pings they're very, very popular with, whenever it comes to somebody doing something bad to someone else. Okay, so it says the search for Madeline Kingsbury. So first and foremost, thank you to all the volunteers, fire departments, and first responders who aided in today's search. There was a large amount of area searched, and we had over 1,860 volunteers in the 2 search areas. Winona County, City of Winona, and the Fillmore County Sheriff's Offices have organized a mass search for Maddie on Saturday, April the 7th, 2023. So day 2, the request is for volunteers to aid in the search. The officials are looking for individuals over 18 years of age to walk areas that are rough terrain and long distances. Please understand that if you're a volunteer, we need to have individuals that can meet these requirements and wear appropriate clothing and footwear. And y'all are saying there's still a lot of snow up there, right? So, I mean, these people, like, they're out here in the cold weather, trying to find her. So bless all of those volunteers. Why is he running errands in her car? She needs it for work unless, like you said, she worked from home. Yeah, Jeffrey is really not making sense. It really isn't. Okay, so it says if you are willing to volunteer, registration will be from 9 to 11 at either the Winona County Goodview Fire Department and gives the address, or the school with the address. This says volunteers will be assigned and bused to the search areas. Bring your driver's license or identification. You'll need to be checked in and out for security and accountability. Great White, how are you? So hopefully, y'all, there 1,860 volunteers today. I would imagine you break that up. They were able to do 2 searches, 2 different areas. They covered a lot of ground. So maybe tomorrow, Werewolf Queen, you and Emerald Queen, y'all have a good night. Maybe tomorrow there'll be that many, if not more. With it being a Saturday, people are off work. They'll go out and volunteer, make it where they can cover a bigger area, and maybe they'll find her tomorrow. I'm assuming since there's no blood in the van. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And somebody asked that earlier if they searched the van. They haven't said if they have or not, but I'm pretty sure they did. That is awesome, isn't it, Brown Bear? Like, they had all those people. Hopefully tomorrow, though, with it being Saturday, like I said, maybe they'll have more. And just pray that somebody finds her. I mean, it would be nice. It would be an awesome thing if she was found alive and safe. But it's really not looking good. Apart from losing my dog. Oh, Great White, I'm sorry to hear that about your dog. Had her. Oh, wow, she was old, 18 years. So she lived a long life, Great White. Pig, that's what makes me. Okay. So let me exit off of this real quick. And I don't really want to pull up other people's comments and all that. So, see, she was not eating. Wait. Let's see. Oh, I hate to hear that, though. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this. She looks tiny in the photos. Jeffrey, he looks like he's way bigger than her. He could have very easily overpowered her. And I'm not saying that that's what happened, but it's a possibility. Okay. So we're on the Finding Madeline Kingsbury thing now. Seems like they're posting a lot too. There's not been found a search party. If you're participating in search party, please keep. Oh, well, so 10 hours ago, it has come to our attention that there has been some gossip about what has or has not been found by search parties. If you are participating in a search party, please keep any and all findings within your group and law enforcement. Unfortunately, people can go out there and search and make other people thinking that they're doing something for good. And they turn around and they throw rumors out. That's crazy. Okay. So they're also asking for donations, water, snacks, stuff like that for the searchers. All right. So not really too much on that. Let me see what this is. Hold on just a second. Checking this. Okay, wait, what is this? Oh, so this is a timeline. Okay, so let me pull this up before I start reading it. Roger, that's awesome, ain't it? 1,800, I think it was 1,860 people that came out to search. Okay, so this is kind of long, but I think I can get through it pretty quickly. All right, so this is the most complete picture of events surrounding the disappearance of our beloved Maddie. Search intensifies for missing Winona woman. Her family is offering up to a $50,000 reward for information that leads to the whereabouts of 26-year-old Madeline Kingsbury. So the search for the missing Winona woman and the mother of two is intensifying with a plea from law enforcement and a $50,000 reward from her family. Madeline was last seen in the morning hours of Friday, March the 31st, after she and the father of her children returned to the residence after dropping the kids off at daycare. She has not been seen or heard from since. So on Wednesday, Winona Police Chief Tom Williams met with the reporters to update the case. He laid out the timeline of what is known from the day that Madeline disappeared. So at 8 o'clock, her and her partner dropped the 5-year-old daughter and the 2-year-old son off at daycare. At 8:15, the dark blue 2014 Chrysler Town & Country minivan that Madeline drives returns to her residence. Madeline doesn't show up for work at the Mayo Clinic, something that Chief Williams says is very unlike her. 10 o'clock, Madeline's partner tells police that he left the residence in her van, returned later in the day, and she was gone. Police say that there is nothing to suggest that she left on foot or in another vehicle. Also, from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., investigators believe that this van, similar to Madeline's, was seen driving on County Road 12 and Highway 43 in Winona County, and then on Highway 43 in eastern Fillmore County. The van was later found in the driveway of her residence. Chief Williams says that investigators searched both the vehicle and the residence, locating Madeline's phone, jacket, wallet, and ID. Okay, so here they're saying that they searched the vehicle and the residence. So where did they find the phone, the jacket, the wallet, and the ID? Was it in the van or was it in a house? Roger, that's exactly what I said. They're trying to say it without actually saying it, of what they're thinking. So based on all of this, we believe that Maddie's disappearance is involuntary, suspicious, and we are all concerned for her safety, Williams told reporters. Law enforcement has searched areas near Kingsbury's residence and off of Highway 43 in Winona and Fillmore counties on foot, by vehicle, on water, and in the air. Many volunteers have helped as well, but so far Madeline has not been found. Law enforcement is asking residents and landowners in Norway Township, Preble Township, Northern Newburgh Township, Eastern Holt Township, and Eastern Amherst Township to search their acreage, wooded property, outbuildings, vehicles, and any trails for anything suspicious. Those doorbell, security, trail cams are urged to check the video from 8 a.m. March the 31st to 4 p.m. on April the 1st. I wonder why they keep extending it out to April the 1st at 4 p.m. to look for the dark minivan. So I wonder when he called the police and said that she was missing. Great White, she's missing from Winona, Minnesota. It says she was last seen on March the 31st. Okay, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's just started quacking. I mean, it's pretty obvious What happened? Wait, Gigi, what did you say? You haven't said anything wrong. Oh. Okay, Lost, can we map out where the minivan was said to be seen driving? Yeah, let me write that down. Now I'm wondering when he called it in. All right. So they're looking for all those townships with those with security cameras. All right. So Highway 43. Winona and Fillmore County. All right. Give me just 1 second. Makes me want to listen to the police scanner. I had the police scanner pulled up earlier when they were talking about it being an active shooter. I'm thinking the van though. The GPS. I'm wondering if it has anything on it. Okay, 43. It was County Road 12, wasn't it? Road 12. So right near the I-90 intersection. All right. Is the map pulled up? Okay. And everybody can see the map, right? Okay, so here's 43. And her house is over here. I think in this little area. So y'all can't see the map? Then what am I showing? Lord, y'all. I had the other thing still up. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm assuming that Fillmore County is going to be south of Winona County, right? Wait, I don't want that pin there. What the heck? Okay, so I need to follow 43 till we find County Road 12. Highway. Wait, Teresa, you can't see the map? Okay, that's 17. One. So it's County Road 12. It's going to be up here in Winona, right? Okay, Teresa was saying she couldn't see it. Hey, Aura, how are you? Let me just do directions and see if it'll give me. Okay, so everybody can see it. All right. I just want to make sure because Teresa was saying, but Teresa could be, she could be behind a little bit. So, all right. Let's see if it'll let me do this. 40, 30. Oh my. Okay. Maybe they'll give me a general idea. That's literally. So here's 90. So Highway 43. Okay, so the intersection of 90, which is right here. So this is where the van was seen at? Hey, Last Breadstick. And Troll, thank you so much for gifting that membership. Okay, so I don't know if it'll let me pin it. No, I don't want to zoom in. I need to pin the dang thing. Oh my gosh. Yes, I want to drop a pin. Thank you. Well, it didn't leave my pin. Okay. We'll just use this pin right here. Just keep up with it. That's a ways away from their house. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to keep up with Jeffrey here because he's the one giving me directions. Okay. So then he continued on 43 south of 90. So here's south of 90. So where did he go then? Okay. All right, Troll. Thank you for gifting that second one. Okay. Okay, to the state forest, most likely to dump. Oh, Lord. Okay. So there is was it a Schuler State Wildlife Management Area? Is that where you're talking about, Jeffrey? Like this area right here? I don't know if you can see my little thing, but okay, there's a river down in the state forest area. Okay, there's a wildlife management area. So let's just keep going down 43. Wow. Let's see, cemetery. I mean, that just the intersection up here, though, in itself is still a good ways from their house. So he was gone for 3.5 hours. I mean, if that's what he was doing, it's going to take a few minutes to do that. I'm saying he went. Could be 5 hours. But didn't they say they had it on camera that the van came back to the house? Okay, I'd go from 8:15 until 1. Okay. He's saying that, okay, so don't use the 10 a.m. timeline because that's his lie. Okay. I get what you're saying now. So 8:15 to 1:30, 5 hours and 15 minutes. Half of that is what? 2 hours and something. Let's just say if he went 2 hours, a 2-hour drive, a 2-hour drive back, hour and 15 minutes to do something with the body. So that's where I need the Google Earth. Where'd y'all? I done miss. Where did I? Oh, hold on. I need to bring this though. What is this right here? Wait, they said something about Houston, didn't they? Wasn't something mentioned about Houston? Was it Houston County or Houston Police Department? Okay, let's try something here. I need to do this. And the Root River is right near Houston. Okay, so I need 465. Let's see. Okay, that's only 29 minutes, though. Just from their house. I think I went too far. Shit. I did go too far. But they also said something about, Rushford. That's the school. So they're searching in this area. There's the Root River you were talking about. So they must think that he brought her down here. I did not mean to do that. Shit. And that looks like farmland right there, isn't it? Yeah, a bunch of farmland. Okay, so that would give him time. Yeah, if he went, because that's where they were saying that they were doing one of the searches was the Rushford School. Which I did not mean to go down that far past it. So that's 30 minutes if it's in this area. Where did Houston go? Houston's over here. So let's try Houston from his. So that wouldn't work that way because that takes you a totally different direction. It doesn't take him to 43 like they're saying that he went on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, Jeffrey, do you want to come up on panel? I'm gonna have to get back to Rushford because the Houston thing. Yeah, I've got it down to Houston, but it's not taking the direction. Okay, no problem. Because they're saying 43, unless he went down to Rushford and went over to Houston. Okay, yeah, I don't blame you, Jeffrey. I'm about to as well. But let's see if we can do this. Let's do this and then over to Houston. See what that gives us. You know, I have to say 8. Brian, you about to go to sleep too? So this is 45 minutes. So let's just say if this is what he's doing, he has to go down a small trail, back road, nobody can see him. I mean, that river is right there too. Gigi, I can see you. I don't know. I'm like you though, Jeffrey. That seems like the perfect place right there. There's a river there. There's not a whole lot of houses right there. A lot of open farmland. Okay, looks like an area. Yeah. Perhaps he was familiar with the spot. Yeah, I mean, very well could have been. There's what is this right here? Sand barrens and was it scientific and natural something? I mean, he could have went anywhere. But I'm like somebody else said in the chat, though. They're pointing fingers without pointing fingers. Gigi, you're welcome. See if he did anything to her. He fled, so he probably knows places. But I wonder how he's flying, though, if he doesn't have a pilot's license. All right, Jeffrey, you have a good night and happy Easter to you as well. Okay. White Widow Baby, they haven't said where the kids are at. I would assume her family, I would think. But I don't know. Okay, give me a second. I'm going back in the chat to look for something. Let's see. Okay. I'm just looking for something in chat real quick, y'all. And I don't see it, so okay. All right, y'all. What time is it? It is almost 3 o'clock. All right. I'm gonna have to keep up with this because Brian, you talking about the kid's dad? I would say between 5'10" and 6 foot tall. 250. What do you think? What little baby? 250 to 300 pounds. He's way bigger than her. He could easily uh he could easily throw her over his shoulder and just walk off with her. Turquoise, you want to come up tomorrow night? 275, 320 max. Yeah, she's only 100. What was it? 135 pounds. He's way bigger than she is. He could overpower her very easily. Okay, Turquoise, that'll be fine, honey. And we don't know the type of relationship that they had because it was said that he was supposed to be moving out. So, Jazzy D, happy Easter to you as well. So, they could have fought. He could have been abusive. Anything like that. What will be the topic? I'll probably keep up with this since they're going to have the search again tomorrow for her. I'm going to try to watch, because since I missed it today, I'm going to try to watch Letitia's thing. Because I watched literally 10 minutes of it today. So I'm going to try to watch it tomorrow and see if I can get some notes out of it. And nothing really going on with Lori Vallow's case other than they did get their jury. It was done today. And so Monday morning will be opening statements for that. And that's when we're going to have to start keeping up with what Nate Eaton is posting every few minutes from the courtroom. And they are letting Kay in the courtroom. She has been assigned as JJ's advocator. Summer, which is Lori's sister, has been named as Tylee's advocator. And then they're letting Colby, which is Lori's oldest son, in the courtroom. I really wish they would have picked somebody else besides Summer, though, to be there for Tylee. They could have given that to Colby. Let's see. I'm going to email you some stuff I've seen. You've probably seen it. Okay, that's fine, Paige. My email is pinned to the top of the chat. 340. Yeah, Brian, it's 2:45 here. Or 2:46 now here. Okay, let me see. All right. What a baby. He didn't know you said excuse him. He said he's watching a movie. Let's see. You're about the only one email on the radio. That's fine, Paige. There may be times though you email me and I may not get right back to you. It may take me a few days, but I'm very slow on the emails unless I know it's coming in right then while I'm live. Okay, y'all, I'm about to get out of here. I need to go to sleep. I need to go eat some ice cream first. And then I'm going to go to sleep. Stevie, you have a good night and a happy Easter if I don't see you tomorrow night. Or, well, tonight, technically. I'm just busting balls. Stone Gator, have a good night. Can I mention a name of the girls? Wait, can I mention a name of the girl's name that was killed in chat? So, yeah, Turquoise, you can. That's fine. Thank you, Paige. I appreciate that. Brian. Brian, you have a good night too. Roger, have a good night and happy Easter. Marissa, you have a good night. Okay, so Kayleen Oling, is that how you pronounce her last name, from Pennsylvania, or is that the name of the place in Pennsylvania? Brian, what? Wait, what is Brian talking about? Okay, that's her name. Okay. Wait, little baby, I swear he likes getting us confused. He sent me an email the other day, and I still don't. Like, the email is. I still don't understand it. Gigi, you have a wonderful night, and I hope you and your husband both have a happy Easter. Okay, I'm out of here. Okay, well, Brian, go eat your roast beef then. And you have a good weekend and a happy Easter. The killer is known. Oh, wait, Turquoise, that was the one you were talking about earlier, right? About that did that to your friend? I remember you were talking about that one earlier. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get out of here. I love you all. I will be back Saturday night. If I don't see y'all Saturday night, I hope y'all have a wonderful Easter. And I will talk to y'all all later. Love you all.